unhinged true Reddit threads. I, 29 female, found out my husband, 34 male, is obsessed with our boss's daughter, and I have no idea what I could do or how I should proceed. Throwaway account because I don't want people following my main to know about these, at least not yet. For some context first, I, 29, and my husband, 34, work for a small RMG firm here. We were both recommended through a relative of mine. I have been working here for about 6 years, my husband for about 7 years. During the work time, our boss would occasionally bring his then teenage daughter to work. She should have been around 15-ish when we first met her, and had her interact with the employees and stuff to show her what we were doing, how things work, etc. Fast forward to January of this year. The boss brought her in, officially, letting us know that she will be taking over a good deal of his work overlooking things. We were initially hesitant, considering she was so young, turned 20 this year, but ultimately, she wasn't taking over, more so learning how to handle the business while the boss managed other work, I suppose. It helped that she herself was also very keen on cooperating and taking advice, often holding meetings to discuss things and making sure she herself is the last to leave work almost every time. It's been an overall good development in that regards. The issue started initially a few months after she started. She would occasionally hold office events just to lighten the mood, and this earned her a lot of praise from all of us, since it's not something the old boss would have time to look into. We were all talking about her, so it didn't feel too weird at first when my husband joined in on the praising. How impressive it is, she's so young but so mature. How she's been a breath of fresh air in the office. Everyone's so motivated to work because of her, etc. With hindsight, it seems like that was just his in on talking about her with me in general. Every now and then, he'd start singing her praises. When we're at home, a huge talking point always being how she's so mature for her age and understanding, even pointing out how we weren't at that age. I didn't take it much to heart until one time I joked that it was fine if he was immature at times and that I would love him regardless. And his response was something along the lines of, "Well, you were too, unlike her." I think that was the first time I felt a bit bad, because it felt like he actually was just comparing me to her now, but I just tried not to think too much about it. This slowly spiraled too, going from talking about her maturity to looks, how she can still look good while being so busy with studies and work, how she, and I quote, was definitely more gifted compared to other girls. All right, this is already so weird. And the OP continues, and once out of insecurity, I asked if he thought she was prettier than me. He gave me of course you're attractive to me, but objectively, like not considering my attraction to you, she is prettier. Oh my God. To say that to your wife is just crazy. And then the OP continues and says, this messed with me for a while, and we ended up having to fight, where I essentially banned him from bringing her up with me. If it's not work related, also adding to it was the fact that he started taking extra work every now and then and working overtime. And while I essentially thought it was just to earn extra money, I later found out it was simply because he knew she usually heads home late too, usually after most, if not all, office employees left. Fast forward to a few days back. Weekend happened. Husband was out with his friends and my laptop was at the repair, so I used his laptop. Without his permission, we are relatively free with each other's devices, like we never have a reason to use each other's devices, but if for some reason we did, the other one wouldn't mind, so I didn't think much of it. I had put on some vids on autoplay as background noise as I did some work. When I opened his PC folder, and on the left quick access bar, there was a folder with our boss's daughter's name. I had to click it, and when I did, I actively couldn't believe what I was seeing. A folder of over 1,000 plus pictures of her. Screenshots from Instagram and other apps, any and every pic he could find of her, and an insane number of pictures just taken without her consent, like with either a hidden camera or his phone at the office, ranging from her just sitting or working, to some from a high enough angle to get cleavage or down blouse, and even a few under the table shots, though those didn't have anything to show from what I had seen. This creeped me out beyond anything, since it was almost impossible to place my husband, who I've always known as the sweetest guy for the 6 years we have been married, as someone who would do something like this. I was shocked and just didn't really know how to react. If I should feel disgusted or sad, angry, I didn't know. But then it got worse. Oh my God, how does this get worse? I used search to look up her name on his laptop and found something that basically turned any form of sorrow or sadness I would have felt into pure disgust. He basically had a folder, poorly hidden deep in a number of folders, just full of photoshopped pictures of her, some solo, some with him, some with other members of the office, and some just absolutely vile and disgusting. I deleted all traces of me having seen or searched for those, though I doubt it was necessary, since my husband isn't the most tech savvy to begin with. Took a picture of some of the stuff I found and left the laptop. I was furious, but I also didn't want him to know yet, so I acted normal that night, and then the next day, I called up my cousin. She was pregnant and her husband was away, and asked her if she needed help, and used that as an excuse to move in and help her for a bit. I have talked to my husband, though limited, mostly through text and occasional at work, but for the last 4 days, I have been living with my cousin. Honestly, I am disgusted, but I also don't know what to do exactly. Like, I feel a mixture of being cheated on, which I know he didn't do anything with her, but still, I can't explain it. But on top of that, I feel disgusted that my husband was this sort of man. But even talking about it to my friends or family feels weird. I tried to share with my cousin, but the embarrassment didn't allow me to say anything. I just don't know what to do right now. I can't stay here forever. I'll have to head back sooner rather than later, but I also don't think I can just go back home and pretend that none of this happened or I didn't see any of this. So I thought this was the best way to stay anonymous and ask for some form of advice. What should I do? And how should I progress? And then the OP makes an update post a few hours later, and let's get into it. So a lot happened in the course of the few hours. I honestly wanted to wait a few more days to cool off myself and then do whatever was needed. But some of the comments did have me worried. If he got the idea and deleted everything, if he did something harmful in the meantime, and as my friend pointed out, if he somehow, as unlikely as it might be, found the post and put 2 and 2 together, we ended up going over around 4 p.m.-ish, knowing we gave a few hours to collect whatever. I made sure to copy everything on the 2 folders to a flash drive, and took a video of it being from his laptop too, in case that was something needed. Then, as another comment suggested, we looked for my name, which came out with nothing but regular pictures and stuff. After that, my friend asked me to look up coworkers' names, and when I did, that hit some results. With 4 other coworkers' names, all women, but none to the same extent as the boss's daughter, like between the downloaded pictures, creep shots, and edited pictures, all 4 of them combined didn't match hers. All the folders were hidden the same way. Inside a few layers of new folders, like one folder inside another, etc., up to like 8 to 9 new folders, we took those too. Then my friend pointed out that some of those might be files he received, since the file names were different and some were similar to WhatsApp files, as she pointed out. This is something I hadn't noticed, but the edited files were definitely named differently, some being daughter's name plus adult video action, and then others just being something like image, number, and then just a list of numbers and letters, or something along that line, which my friend said are pictures he received in WhatsApp. We confirmed that they were indeed received from WhatsApp in the picture information. This ultimately made me do something that I shouldn't have done, since it could have blown up in my face, but it had made me anxious and I needed answers. So I asked my friends if they would stay till my husband gets back. They agreed, and I decided to take that time to pack my bags, just necessary things for now. My friends did say he's logged into Facebook, but didn't want to check his Facebook without me. And by the time they told me that, it was already time for him to come back. So we decided to not do anything. We waited and waited until he finally came back. He was surprised to see us, but didn't seem to suspect anything, and I told him to sit down. He did, and I think that's when he noticed his laptop on the couch and asked what was going on. I told him I saw some things related to the boss's daughter and that I wanted an explanation. He tried to get angry at first, but quickly dropped that act. I told him I wanted to hear what he had to say and then decide what to do. He said he was fine talking, but only if my friends waited in the dining or another room, as he wanted to explain things to me alone. My friends were hesitant, but I told them it's fine, and that if they hear any issues, to send the drive link to the boss. This was a bluff that I wish I had thought about before he came, but I told them that I saved everything on a Google Drive and would not hesitate sending it to the boss if he tried anything. He assured me he wouldn't act up and asked me what I wanted to know. At that point, I really wanted to hit him. Just the look on his face. He looked guilty, like he was looking for excuses but failing or something. I don't know, but I really hated it. But I stayed calm and told him I say a lot of things, including all of the pictures of her, the edits, and a few other things. And I think the OP meant to say I saw a lot of things, but they said say. Anyways, and then I asked him to explain. He kept asking me exactly what I wanted to know, and it was becoming obvious that he was either stalling for an excuse or trying to see how much I knew. I told him finally that I saw the pictures, the hidden cam pics, and even the edits. He pleaded with me to not get mad and hear him out, and I told him I'll consider it. He took a minute and told me that he had noticed he was growing more and more attracted to her intimately, and he apparently struggled with these emotions a lot, which is why he did that, and that he wanted to release his tension without harming anyone, which is why he made those and kept it to himself. I then asked him to see his WhatsApp, and the color on his face almost drained. Uh-oh. Has he been sending these pictures to other people? Or has he been asking people to, edit these pictures for him? I don't know, why would he have it on WhatsApp and then move it to his computer? I feel like he'd be communicating with people, but I could be wrong. Let's continue. The OP then says the color on his face almost drained. He told me I knew he didn't use WhatsApp, but I told him I checked his Google Play to see what apps he had installed. Another lie, but I was sure he was using WhatsApp, so I still went with it. After a bit, he handed me the phone and told me to not overreact. I took his phone and searched around for a bit. He has a lot of pointless apps downloaded, and it was hard to spot, especially since it wasn't even on the home screen, but on a folder file inside the side screen thingy Android has on the third page. Sorry if the explanation confuses you. I open it to find just one group chat with 3 other colleagues, members of the team he is in, basically. And it was just filled with pictures of this girl. Oh no. Creep shots taken from different areas, zoomed in for the most part from today, like literally a few minutes before he handed me the phone. A lot of conversations in Bangla about fantasies on how they would have had intimacy with her. Scrolling up, it keeps getting worse and worse. I won't get into the details on the specifics, but a lot of it was about wanting to force themselves on her. God. As a revenge on the boss kind of thing. But with her acting as the boss, and some even full-on thought-out scenarios where they're planning out what they do and whatnot. If you ever read something and just faced pure whiplash, that was me at that moment. Literally unable to process it properly. He kept apologizing, telling me how much he loved me and that this was all just to keep himself in control and that it was ultimately just harmless fantasizing. Well, obviously it's not harmless. It's not fantasizing at all. He's literally taking creep shots of her. Like that's gone way past the point of fantasizing. This guy's a predator. And the OP continues and says, I only caught bits and pieces of what he was saying before just turning on the screen recorder and scrolling, recording the conversations, and the more I scrolled up, the more vile it got. The conversation did predate my husband joining, it seemed, but that didn't really matter. He was very actively taking part in it. I got a good chunk of it, but it didn't seem to end. So I simply went to the chat media, and even that was a huge scrolling down of pics, creep shots from phones, fakes, etc. I ended up getting as much as I could and sending it over to me, making sure it's saved on my phone. All the while, he kept begging me to forgive him and not ruin his life and his career. Sorry, and I quote, our lives and careers. Let me say that again. Our lives and careers. That's crazy he's lumping his wife in there with his degeneracy. But let's continue. The OP says, I told him I felt betrayed. And I told him I was disgusted at the man he was. And through his apologizing, he kept insisting it didn't really hurt anyone. But I told him it hurt me. And if she found out, it would hurt her too. And he simply pleaded with me not to tell her. For a while, we just cried. For different reasons, I presume. But the entire time, he kept switching between how he's sorry and how he loves me, to how it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be, and how they were just messing around online and weren't hurting anyone. My friends checked in on me a few times, but didn't interfere. After a while, I pulled myself up and told him that I don't see myself staying with him, and that I want a divorce. He pleaded with me not to do so, but I simply said that I didn't want to listen to his excuses. I then told him that I wanted to take the laptop, and he froze. I was half expecting him to reject me, but he simply begged me not to show this to the boss or the daughter. I told him I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that, which was a lie, and that I'm thinking it over. I told him to not delete the WhatsApp conversations or tell the others, and that if he does, I will send everything to the boss. Ultimately, I want to talk to the daughter first and then decide what to do and how to tell the father. But that we will have to wait, I guess. There was a bit more pleading, and I simply left it on, I don't know what I want to do. I need to think it over, and we'll let him know. And told him not to contact me in the meantime. And that was all we said as we left with his laptop. I do hope he doesn't alert his friends, but even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Since the screen recordings has their names and numbers on the group chat and a huge chunk of stuff they said. The thing is, since nothing physical happened, I know the police won't take it seriously at 90% of the time. With the only possible time they might take it seriously is if the girl herself took action. So I intend to give her all of what I have and let her proceed with whatever actions she chooses to take there. I do wish I had waited to talk to lawyers before taking things this far, but the fear and emotions had me wrapped up, and I just ended up taking action. It seems to have worked out, but I don't know. Husband seemed pretty defeated today, but considering how little it feels like I know him, I honestly can't tell with him anymore. I will see how things play out and maybe do one final update. But from my understanding, things will probably just end with a divorce and him getting fired. Still, thank you for all the help, even just snapping me into action. When we were leaving, he was basically sobbing and begging for forgiveness or claiming how it's all just a mistake and nothing actually happened, to the point where I almost did feel bad for him. Almost. But I don't think I can feel sympathy after those chats and whatnot. My friend, luckily, was also there to remind me that regardless of what he says, his actions are not for me to forgive. Right now, I don't really know what to feel. My mind's a bit of a mess, and things are processing weirdly. Apologies in advance if some of this is incoherent or feels like there are blanks in between stuff. Trust me, there are blanks in my head too right now. A few things I did want to specify. On the post, some people took the "he's not tech savvy" bit as though he isn't good with tech at all, which isn't the case. I think of tech savvy as being great with tech, and that's what I meant, that he's not that great, but he is still decent. We work in RMG offices. A lot of our work is with Modaris, Photoshop, and Illustrator, and he is decent with them. I just meant that in a sense that he's not the type to hide folders or passcode wall stuff, if that makes sense. Second is hidden cam. Was less talking about actual hidden camera and more just the style of it. Most of those are taken via phone, and as we now found out, multiple phones from different people. Third, some people thought she was a minor. She isn't. She is 20 as of this year, but that still doesn't change the fact that he knew her when she was a minor and that they started this when she was 19. Fourthly, I've been going back and forth with who to tell exactly, and while she is still young, she is strong, and as much as I hate to say this after hearing it from my husband for so long, she is mature for her age. And as she's directly involved, I think it's only fair to tell her and let her decide who she wants to share with these. I have made attempts to reach out, preferably outside work, and I'll let her decide how she wants to approach everything from her side. Fifth, am I worried about my job too? A bit, for a few reasons. Firstly, because me and my husband were both recommended by my relative, and now all of a sudden, that changes to someone my relative recommended creeping on the boss's daughter. And secondly, because I will technically the ex-wife of the guy who stalked her to her and the boss. So that's something I need to worry about as well. But regardless, I think it's still the right decision to make. Yeah, 100% the right decision to make. But lastly, about the divorce, I am worried for it, for sure. But we don't necessarily have a giant fortune, and most of our finances are on our own, with a very small fund saved up that we usually keep for trips and such. And I personally think I have enough proof on me too. But still, I will get legal counseling within the next few days, preferable before things blow up on his face. I'm currently staying at a friend's for a while I look for a new flat. I wanted to move in with my parents for a bit, but my gut is telling me that's the last place I should go once the news breaks. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, "Wow, after reading about the WhatsApp messages, words can't describe the disgust I have for these men. Here is another example of why I don't trust men. a group of your employees secretly filming you and fantasizing about R-wording you. I hope this follows them forever. I hope they don't get the opportunity to follow through on their fantasies. And yeah, it is just unbelievable how disturbing that entire group chat is. Like, I mean, they're all just fantasizing about R-wording her. God, that is just unbelievable. And the OP responds to this comment and says, the thing is, it's not even just like chats on R-wording her. It was like full-on detailed sessions or role play. I don't know how to describe it, but like they're going over what they're doing, how she's reacting, etc. And a lot of it was the cruelty of it too. Oh my God. Like describing she'd be sobbing as they did it, or how they're streaming it from their devices, etc. These guys are monsters. Oh my God. I'm just glazing over most of this stuff. Just know it still gets worse than what I just said. Man, these guys need to be arrested. I hope they do. Someone else says, he said he did it to keep himself in control with his growing attraction to her. Does that mean keeping himself from R-wording her? And the OP responds and says, I asked him. He never elaborated, just repeated that it's to keep himself in control. That was the impression I got too, though I shared this with my friend who was there, and she thinks he's just trying to play holier than thou, like I'm making a sacrifice to keep myself under control kind of deal. Someone else says, I wish he could go to prison for this, and the OP responds and says, if we were situated somewhere else, he would definitely go to jail, but here it's unlikely, at least from my side. Higher chances if the daughter decides to press charges, which she hopefully will. But still, there has been cases here of serious cyber crimes that either went unpunished or let go with a few days in prison. So it wouldn't shock me either way. And I really, really hope that the boss's daughter presses charges. But then the OP comes back about a week later with an update, and let's get into it. This reads, so I think this will be my only update. I saw a few people were asking for updates before too, but I honestly needed some time to myself too and wanted to see how things played out before making an update. So, as I said in the last edit and some of the comments, I ended up going to the boss's daughter, showed her everything I had, and told her I had the laptop too if she needed. I could tell it was a good bit for her to process initially, but she said she's used to stuff like this. Yeah, F this place honestly. And so, composed herself. Afterwards, she asked if it would be fine for me to help her go through the screenshots and screen recordings and pictures, since she'd rather not have to go into checking the details herself, and I agreed. We sat at a local food chain and basically wrote out a detailed HR report, like not a report to the HR, but a report from the HR regarding that team. I went over the different aspects of the text caught on the screen recording and the edited pictures as well as the creep shots of her. She reassured me that I won't be facing any consequences for this and to leave talking to her father to her. She asked if I were to be called to the police station, if I'd be willing to go, and I said I would. She concluded that while in other areas this could have been used to better punish them, high chances are that this won't do much, other than maybe a few days worth of jail, but that she would still be going to the police, as this will be a good way to make sure if they ever consider doing something again, this could be used to screw them over. As for their jobs, she said she would keep them for a few days, while the filing and reports work its way up, then fire them on the spot with no reference or experience certificate, basically rendering any attempts of showing work experience in this company impossible. And should they try, future hirers will be sent the HR report we built. We concluded the meeting there, with her telling me not to worry and just not interact with them at work. After that, I spoke to a lawyer, showed him everything I had, and while he took a small bit, said that things can be done relatively easily. Thing is, It's not like me or my husband have that much joint property or wealth, that there would be much of a dirty breakup financially. But from the looks of things, so far at least, things seem to be going in my favor. My husband did call a few times and texted to see if I would reconsider, but I blocked him, more or less. Didn't want any part of his BS, honestly. Good for the OP. This is the part where the shitstorm I had mentioned started. Calls and messages from relatives, all with the purpose of letting me know that these things happen and that I shouldn't hold it against him. Hold on. That is crazy. Calls from relatives saying, things like this happen, just fantasizing about R-wording your boss's daughter. Shit like that happens. What are these people talking about? These people are crazy. I hope the OP just blocks everybody. Then the OP continues and says, I talked to my mother and found out that what he told her and a few other relatives, including his parents, were. I got jealous because he accidentally showed interest in the boss's daughter, but never planned to act on it. This caused almost everyone but his mother to side with him, while his mother called me to apologize, saying she was ashamed of what her son had said. I had originally told my husband I wouldn't blow this out of proportion, but ended up telling my mother and his parents, the former who responded exactly as I thought she would. She told me it's not like he acted on it. That's crazy. And that this much is nothing to ruin a marriage over. This didn't surprise me, since when one of my aunts got cheated on, she and her other sister had essentially taken the stance of just forgive it and ignore it. Move on and don't bring it up. Things will be happy. My mother and I had a huge back and forth where she brought up family reputation, embarrassment if family finds out what he did, embarrassment if I'm a divorcee in my 30s. Yeah, that's a thing here, sadly. And yeah, 29 is still reaching 30s. We ended the call on pretty bad terms, but it was expected. The family itself is more or less on the same stance, with only some choosing to stay away. And even now, when I ended up sharing the exact reason with a few members, they responded, let it go, and fix the relationship. Or something akin to that. That is just unbelievable, man. The pleasant surprise came from telling his parents, though, which took my side. After things blew up, his mother apologized to me, telling me she was ashamed of what her son did, while the father told me he will make sure my husband won't be causing any issues for me, in the divorce or in general. I was honestly expecting them to take his side like my family, so this was a welcome surprise. Yesterday, the team were called into the boss's office along with some police. I don't know what was said and done, but they were in there for a long time, and by the time they all left, they just looked defeated. Especially my husband. It seems she did exactly what she said she'd do and fired them. I don't know the specifics of it. I don't necessarily intend to ask either. As for me personally, it's been rough. It's easy to get angry when everything is happening. It's the moment when things are calm that memories and feelings get the best of things, but I will be fine. I get to keep my job, which is huge in my opinion. The whole thing with family isn't getting much better, it seems. Got a bit worse after the firing. I have my stuff and I have moved in with a friend for a few days while I look for a smaller apartment. As for husband, I don't exactly know, but I assume he will be moving in with his parents, who are pretty annoyed at him. The apartment we stayed in was something we both contributed to live in, so without income, I can't see him maintaining it at all. Honestly, this is probably it. I don't really see myself making any more updates to this. It's been a mess, but still, I want to thank everyone for the love and support. It really helped a lot. I haven't really thought out the response too well. Might have missed parts of stuff. If I did, I will try to answer anything I can. But other than that, that might be it. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, it would be nice to do a parent swap. Your husband can go live with your pro R-word parents and you can keep his parents who have morals. Your family is happy with their new creep son, and you get a set of parents who are actually worth something. And the OP responds and says, "This made me chuckle. Thank you for that. It was a nice breath of fresh air." Someone else says, "I genuinely want another update when the dust settles and they're in jail or whatever, and what their wives do with this information. I'm really impressed by you." And the OP responds and says, "Sadly though, I don't see it happening. In general, stuff like this isn't really a priority for police here. My guess is the only reason they were here was for intimidation, considering they weren't taken in or anything. The only real thing is, they won't be able to use any experience from this job and any other job without having their HR report and reason for why they got fired." And someone else says, "Just wanted to say I'm really proud of what you did. Also, your family saying the embarrassment of being a divorcee at 30 is absolutely ridiculous. I think staying married and miserable in a marriage past 30 where someone is being 100% creepy to borderline cheating is embarrassing and sad. You only have one life, you only make things better if you take action. Not stay with someone in case a curtain switcher or twitcher might think something of you." And then the OP responds and says, "Yeah, it's just society here isn't the most accepting of this or divorce in general. It's definitely gotten a lot better in recent years, but it ultimately depends on what values the family grew up with. So people my age and younger, like newer generations, are more okay with it, mostly, but older people, like those from my parents' generation, aren't as much." And that is the last update we have ever received from the OP. And man, it's just insane and so gross how there was 3 people at that company who were totally fine with just creeping on well, you can't even call it creeping on, but just like doing downright horrific things in a group chat together, taking creep shots, outlining disgusting R-word fantasies. And like the OP said, like imagining her sobbing and begging them to stop. Like it's so horrifying. It is so bad. It is so bad. I feel so bad for the OP's boss or the boss's daughter. I mean, like I can't imagine, learning that your own colleagues are doing that to you and imagining those things and congregating and talking about that against you. And then the OP lost her husband, and she has to go through a divorce, and she has to go through that entire thing, which is just horrible. And also, she kind of lost her parents in a way. Her parents are no longer proud of her, and they kind of disowned her in a way because she's a divorcee at 30, and they're like, that's embarrassing or whatever. It's like, you would rather me be married to a R-word fantasist and someone who's just a complete degenerate and freak and predator? It's just insane, but I really hope that the OP is doing better now. Terrified that my 25 female husband, who is 28 male, has been having intimacy with me while I'm asleep. Now I'm pregnant. For some context, I have a serious medical condition that requires some pretty heavy medication. It does a lot of things, including destroy my intimate drive and knock me out for long periods of time. My husband and I were married before I was diagnosed, and he's supported me through my diagnosis and treatment. He is a wonderful man. We used to have a very active, intimate life, and it has been a considerable strain on our marriage that I never feel in the mood. I feel like a terrible wife in this regard, and I miss being able to do what we both enjoy. To be clear, when I take my medication, I am dead to the world. You could blast a fire alarm next to me, and I would not wake up. You could pick me up and toss me around, and I might not wake up. Lately, I felt worse than normal. Really sick, dizzy, uncomfortable, etc. I went to the doctor, scared I might be sick with the pandemic virus. And it turns out I'm pregnant. 5 weeks. But I haven't had intimacy with my husband in at least 2 months. Maybe more. I did not cheat on him. I was not assaulted by anyone, anywhere that I know of. This was not immaculate conception. I told my husband, and he was surprised. It's probably a 1,000,000 chance I got pregnant due to the medication I'm on and my condition. He was shocked, then excited. And I was just so relieved he didn't accuse me of cheating that I didn't stop to consider why he didn't. It's been a few days. I've been thinking about when I first started taking my medication. It was hard for him to adjust to me not wanting to have intimacy, and he used to joke that I could just lay there and watch TV while we do it. Or, here's what makes me scared. He used to joke that he could just have intimacy with me while I'm sleeping, and that way I don't have to deal with it, and he can be satisfied. He's mentioned this a few times before, and I always let it drop. I've started thinking about all the times I woke up in the morning and had uncomfortable pelvic pressure that usually only comes from me after I have intimacy. My husband likes to be rough, and I don't really mind. We were always pretty wild in bed or adventurous, or bruises I've had that I can't explain. I confronted my husband about this, about me being scared he did this to me, and at the least why he wasn't surprised the dates didn't match up. He was angry I would accuse him of something so horrible, and insist that I'm just misremembering the last time we had intimacy. The medication does play with my memory sometimes, but I remembered the last time we had intimacy. I remember every time we have intimacy now because I don't enjoy it. I don't want to panic. I don't want to talk myself into being convinced he's been having intimacy with me while I'm asleep. And I don't want to talk myself out of the possibility just to protect our marriage. But I'm terrified. This is the only possibility I can come up with. And if it's true, I don't know what to do. I've been heartbroken for a while over the idea that I wouldn't be able to have kids. Now I'm going to have a baby and I'm so happy. But what if this baby happened because of what my husband did? And then the OP makes an edit and says, I just want to say the response to this has been insane. Thank you guys so much. I'm really lost and I don't know what to think or do. I'm going to take some time to think about this, get additional information and resources depending on however this is going to go, and figure it out. Just to be clear, however, because there are too many responses to answer directly, no, I have never given permission for my husband to have intimacy with me while I'm sleeping. Yes, I have asked him if I have ever instigated something while asleep, sleepwalked, sleep spoke, or did anything in my sleep related to intimacy, and he answered, no. We have never had intimacy outside of a time when I was fully cognizant and aware of what's happening. And yes, I am keeping the baby regardless of what happened. If people are interested, I will post an update when there is something to write. Again, thank you. Thank you for all the support and opinions. They all matter. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One person says, holy F, that's intense. Are you supposed to be having those reactions to your medication? Like, is that normal to be completely passed out? Also, him joking about having intimacy with you while passed out is very scary. I would ask him again. I would say, you don't understand how you could be pregnant because you haven't had intimacy in the past 5 weeks. Don't let him make you think you're crazy or misremembering. And the OP responds and says, I'm definitely in the minority with the severity of my reaction to the medication, but even with what it does to me sometimes, it's still the best option for my treatment. The thing is, when he was joking around about having intimacy when I slept, it never came off as outright creepy. I mean, the idea is creepy, but he never sounded creepy or sinister or anything like that. It was always playful and with laughter. He never made me feel outright uncomfortable, and I thought we were just joking. When I confronted him, it didn't seem like he was attempting to gaslight me about the dates not matching up. He seemed sure I was misremembering because of my medication. But I absolutely know we did not have intimacy 5 weeks ago. At least intimacy I participated in. Another commenter says, either he had intimacy with you without your consent, or you have problems with your memory, possibly caused by your medication. You should try to rule out memory problems. For example, by talking to your doctor and asking whether your medication could do that. And the OP responds and says, I do absolutely admit that I have issues with my memory because of the medication. It makes things I did or said really hazy, almost like it happened in a dream and not in real life. But I'm very, very aware of when I'm having intimacy and when I'm not. The medication makes me very tired, which is part of why my intimate drive is gone. So when I do agree to have intimacy, it's more of a service I'm performing for the benefit of my husband than anything else. All the enjoyment is gone. So I remember when it happens because it's just a chore and one I don't enjoy. This is a normal side effect of the medication as well. Nothing abnormal. And another commenter says, I understand this is a miracle baby, but I would very seriously consider an operation to have the baby removed if I was you. If this man is a R-wordist, then do you want him having rights to a child, being alone with that child? And by the way, this commenter was downvoted, and the OP replied and said, I can tell you absolutely, without any doubt in my mind, I will never get rid of this baby. It doesn't matter where it came from or what happened to conceive it. This is my miracle baby. I will likely never be pregnant again or have this opportunity again. I can figure everything else out later, but this baby is the one thing I'm sure about. And another commenter says, hey, so I'm an R-word crisis counselor who also struggles with brain fog. Trust yourself. You know deep down the last time you had intimacy was the last time you had intimacy. Don't let him gaslight you. Edit, I should say to me, it seems like he's trying to rug sweep and gaslight you. I see what you're seeing through, is what I meant. If you need to talk privately, feel free to reach out. I'm happy to help you find a local SA hotline. They can offer you free, confidential services. Edit, it's been pointed out that I shouldn't offer to talk privately, which I completely understand. And the OP responds and says, the thing is, I know. I haven't enjoyed intimacy since this started. When I have intimacy with my husband now, it is not enjoyable. So when I do give in and have intimacy with him, I'm very aware of when it's happening in terms of the date. But I've never had a problem with my husband lying to me. He's a very honest person, and when he looks me in the eye and tells me we had intimacy to conceive our baby, I can't see any deception. So now I'm terrified he's a sociopath master liar, or I have lost my mind. Another commenter says, is this medication safe for the baby? Did he consider this? And the OP says, I'm not taking it right now while I'm referred to a specialist to find out if it's safe to take while pregnant. My husband is acting very concerned, but I don't know if everything is enacted at this point. And then the OP comes back 2 weeks later with an update, and let's get into it. I wanted to give an update as to what's been happening in the past 2 weeks. My first post got a crazy amount of attention, and lots of people were really kind and helpful, and I want them to know I'm okay. This is going to be really, really long, just to be warned. To clarify, the medication I'm on for my condition is taken at night because it affects me the way it does, completely knocking me out. To reassure people, I would not be taking this medication if I had a baby to take care of, regardless of my condition. And I discontinued almost immediately after finding out I was pregnant. Nor does the medication impact my fertility. That has to do with my condition. After I made my post and read through about 300 comments, I think I went a little crazy. I convinced myself that I was making it all up in my head. I doubted everything I thought I knew, and I doubted myself. I went to the hospital to speak with my doctor about the medication and its severe side effects. I asked if it could make me engage in any intimate acts while asleep. I asked if it could make me misremember stuff. I asked if I was going crazy. The answer to all of these questions is no. The medication doesn't make any of this even a possibility. And no, my husband doesn't have intimacy insomnia. Neither would the medication mess up my memory so much that I might not remember intimacy or consenting to it. This medication is not a sedative. After emailing with my OBGYN, who absolutely assured me her prediction of 5 weeks could very much be off by as much as the 3 that would explain my pregnancy, I had to accept that even if some stuff didn't add up, maybe I was destroying 3 lives for nothing. I never woke up with any stuff inside me. I tend to sleep in just underwear and don't remember that being missing or wrong in any way. The pelvic pressure could be explained by the pregnancy. The bruises, I don't know, but people bruise themselves all the time and I don't know. I talked to my counselor, provided by the hospital twice. I made the choice to seek out professional help long-term for what happened. Things were bad with my husband, though. I accused him of assaulting me. That destroys a relationship. I was pissed at myself. I've kind of spent almost the past 2 weeks locking myself in the bedroom, humiliated and embarrassed and feeling like horrible. We didn't really talk much to each other, and if we did, it was about the baby. I think I knew our relationship was over at that point. I went 2 days ago to get another ultrasound at 7 weeks, just to check on the baby because I've been feeling weird, and to get the pregnancy dated again so I could maybe feel less insane. My OBGYN had a better look at the fetus this time. The original 5 weeks prediction was wrong. Even with a little bit of buffer time to be safe, I was most likely 8 weeks or just about as close as you can get. We absolutely got pregnant during the night I remember having intimacy. And to clarify, we never used protection because my husband doesn't like using that protection. We are in a monogamous relationship, and I've been told that since I was a teenager, the chances of getting pregnant are slim to none. I was even more humiliated and embarrassed. We just fought after that, and he got really mean and cold. A couple nights ago, we were watching a movie, and it was the closest I felt to him since it started. The fact that he even wanted to watch a movie with me felt like a victory. When it was over, he asked if I really thought he could have R-worded me. I started crying, and he started yelling, demanding an answer. Before I could answer, he started laughing and said he couldn't get me aroused enough to have intimacy with me if he tried. It was just him being mean about my health. My medication doesn't just make me disinterested in intimacy. It makes it really hard for me to get turned on. When we have intimacy, we have to use tons of just basically she talks about their intimate habits, and she says I told him that wasn't funny, and he said he really thought it was. We started to fight about my accusation and how it made him feel. When I tried to tell him how sorry I was and how I was just really scared he wasn't the person I thought he was, he said I tried to ruin his life. Then he admitted he tried to violate me a couple of times while I was asleep and never got anywhere, so he gave up, and that it isn't our word. I started screaming at him, demanding to know if he was telling the truth. I started hyperventilating. He started screaming back that he never R-worded me. He only used his fingers to do stuff, only because he was desperate. He said I really hurt him, accusing him of R-word, and it can't be R-word because we're married, and it was just his fingers and not his junk. And then he said he'd given me another act of intimacy while I was sleeping once, trying to get me, how do I say this? Basically, he just performed another intimate act, trying to then allow them to have intimacy, but she was asleep still, so that's our word. And that was only when he'd stopped. He also admitted to using my hand to do stuff to him while I slept, but only a couple of times. So that's the truth of it. Our baby was conceived while I participated, but my husband admitted to touching me while I slept. But it's not our word because we're married. He believes that. He stands by it. And I'm crazy for thinking otherwise according to him. Maybe I am crazy. He's my husband, and I never heard of marital R word until my first post. I don't know what to do now. I don't have any family outside of him. I have some friends, but the pandemic is happening and I can't impose on any of them. We're probably not that close anyway. Making friends is hard for me. I don't have money. I live paycheck to paycheck normally, and I'm out of work now. I'm scared to go too. I'm not stupid. Staying is stupid. We didn't sleep together after he admitted what he did. He slept in the living room. I slept in the bedroom. I think I slept an hour, scared he'd come back and pick a fight again. It's been like that for 2 nights now. This feels like the end of everything. And I just don't know where to go from here, or I go from here. He doesn't think he did anything wrong, and he's so mad at me for saying otherwise. Honestly, I'm okay. I want people to know that. Just really lost. I don't know if people care past this point, want another update, whatever. But I truly want to say thank you to everyone who cared. I'm not used to having people who care. Even if I don't know you guys, it was really, really nice. I'm going to be okay. Shout out to all the people who thought I'm lying, or some person posting a lot of fake stories all under different throwaway names. I just used a throwaway account because I don't want my real Reddit name tied to this. And the community rules said to. Even to the people who said this is fake, thanks for at least making me feel a little less alone. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One person says, former law enforcement officer here, he did, in fact, R-word you if he did stuff with his fingers or tongue. So while the R-word didn't result in your pregnancy, he, by his own admission, R-worded you. Marital status does not matter. I'm so sorry you're going through this. It's better that you know. And we have never gotten another update from the OP, but just how horrifying. And I wonder what ended up happening. I mean, hopefully the OP was able to divorce this guy because this guy is creepy and just a monster. I mean, I like how he's like, I didn't R-word you. We're married. Like, that's crazy. That's insane that he thought that. And I just feel so bad for the OP. And hopefully the OP was able to get the help she needed and reach out to some friends or possibly long distance family or whatever and get the help she needed and get a support system. And hopefully her and her baby are doing better now. I think my husband is having an affair with his stepsister. Oh boy. Let's get into it. Just what the title says. I believe my 24 female husband, who is 24 male, and his stepsister, 23 female, are having an affair. My head is spinning, and I don't know what to do. My husband's parents got divorced when he was 15, and his dad remarried when he was 17. His stepmom has one daughter. Let's call her Jess, who was 16 at the time of the marriage. They all lived together for about a year and a half before he left for college, which is where him and I met freshman year. Our sophomore year, Jess began going to the same school as us. He introduced her to our friend group and she quickly became a part of it. They always seemed more like friends than siblings because obviously their parents didn't marry till they were older, but they'd sometimes refer to each other as bro and sis. Back then, I sometimes got the vibe that she was flirting with him, but he never returned it, and I just brushed it off as her personality and that I was being crazy because no way that would happen. Fast forward to now. We all live in a hometown and see each other pretty often. Jess is single and hasn't had a boyfriend in several years. Her and my husband are still very close. When we're all hanging out together, including their parents, if we're sitting on the couch, she will sit up right up against him. Sometimes even put her head on his shoulder if he's showing her videos on his phone. I've always found it odd, but just brushed it off. Of course, they aren't actually related, but it would still be too taboo and weird. So I've never fully let myself have the suspicions. However, over the last 6 months, things have only been getting weirder. Both my husband and I's birthdays are in April and only a week apart, so over the last couple of years, we've kind of just combined them and celebrated both at the same time. We have friends and family over, and normally we also receive joint gifts, but this year, Jess got my husband something specific to him. Fairly expensive gaming headphones and a watch, but nothing for me, and she also got him a card and wrote a decent amount in it. I didn't get to read it when we were opening things, and then later on I couldn't find it. When I asked my husband where it was, he brushed it off saying, oh, he must have accidentally thrown it out with its envelope. But the envelope was still with everything else on the counter. They've been texting a lot more, and she's also been talking to me less. Remember, her and I have been friends for the last 5 years. Sometimes I'll see text from her pop up on his phone screen, and there will be hearts, double heart emoji, or the emoji with the heart eyes emojis. This will be while he's holding it, and he'll unlock it pretty fast, so I've never really been able to see what they say. If I ask her to meet up and hang out with me, she's always busy. He also has been going to see her more often, which is kind of a complicated detail because she still lives at home with her mom and his dad, so he just tells me he's going to hang out with his dad for a bit, but I have a feeling it's for her. Him and I have also been less intimate lately. Neither of us have ever had super high intimate drives, but we have always averaged at least twice a week, and now it's about 2 to 3 times a month. What's pushed me over the edge is when we all got together this past July 4th. We were at my father-in-law's house for a big cookout / pool party. While in the pool, she kept hanging on to him from behind. Picture him giving her a piggyback ride in the water, splashing him, being overly playful, etc. I kept thinking in my head, I was crazy, because maybe after all these years, they really do have a sibling-like dynamic, and she's just messing around. But I also caught her staring at me while my husband and I were being close, and she looked angry. Now, cut to the worst of it all. We all were done in the pool and went inside to change. I was with my husband in his room, and right in the middle of us changing, she came in without knocking, randomly asking if she could borrow my hairbrush. My husband didn't have any clothes on. I was horrified and said something like, OMG, you need to knock first? She seemed unfazed and lazily covered her eyes saying, oh, whatever, he's basically like my brother. My husband seemed kind of embarrassed, but also not as much as you would expect. She left like it was nothing. Since then, she has barely spoken to me at all, and I am absolutely spiraling at the thought of this. Am I being crazy? I haven't said anything to him yet about this because I'm so scared to be wrong, and then I'm just accusing him of sleeping with his stepsister. I need others to tell me if they agree with what I've been seeing or not. Small update. Thank you to everyone who has responded. When I made this post, I was hoping for validation of my worries, but also scared of this at the same time. I'm trying to keep it together and act normal around him the best I can. Tomorrow he's going over his dad's, so he says. So I plan to show up there and see what's going on. Another slight update because I know you guys are interested. An update, but not really. Yes, I did go to his dad's house Saturday. A lot has happened since then, and I haven't been on my phone much. When I get time later tonight, I will post a full update of what's going on. I will most likely make a new post about it because it's been hard keeping up with the comments on this one. Bear with me as I get my head sorted out. Updating to say, I created a new post to give a full update on what's happened. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, have they always been more touchy-feely with each other? Sitting close on the couch, playing in the pool, etc.? Or has this all started recently too? If they are up to something, she isn't trying at all to hide it, which is crazy to me. Unless they both think it's so outlandish that no one would really expect it. I honestly think you could be right, but maybe only partially. It sounds to me like she has a thing for him, and it's becoming more brazen about it, possibly leading herself up to making a move on him, but I don't think everything you've said also leads to him cheating on you. All these years, has he ever been weird towards her in return? Maybe he's oblivious to how strange she's acting because he doesn't think that way toward her at all. But no, you aren't crazy. Her, or both of them, aren't acting right. And the OP responds and says, they've always been kind of playful with each other, which is why I said even back in college, I sometimes got the feeling she was flirting with him. But the physical closeness was never really a thing. Not frequently anyway, until about 6 months ago. I've thought this too, that maybe it's one-sided on her end, but him going over the house more often and us not having intimacy as much has me really worried that it's a mutual thing. Another user says, yeah, that's definitely strange that he's going to his dad's more often. Have you ever verified that when he goes, the parents are actually even home? Maybe next time he says he's heading over there, you could A, ask to come too, B, follow him there, or C, wait about an hour and then call or text your father-in-law saying you want to talk to your husband but your text to him won't deliver, or something like that, and see if he confirms they're together. And the OP responds and says, thank you so much for the suggestion. He actually told me the other day he plans to go there this Saturday. I may do a combination of your B and C suggestions and follow him there to even see if his dad's car is in the driveway or if anything weird is going on. If the car is missing, I'll call my father-in-law and ask to talk to my husband. Another user says, truthfully, I don't know any brother or sister duo that acts like that. I know siblings can be close, but not that close. Maybe try to investigate more before springing any accusations on your husband. Seems a little odd to me though. Yikes. And then the OP responds and says, this is why I haven't been sure of because I have siblings but 2 sisters, no brothers. Also with step siblings, I have no idea if it's a different dynamic, especially since they don't live together for very long since they were older. I definitely think I need to actually dig into this to see if I can find legitimate evidence, but I'm honestly scared. And another commenter says, if I were in your shoes, I'd ask to look through his text messages, together with him sitting right next to you, if he'd prefer. Don't explain why. You could offer for him to look through your texts at the same time, if he'd like to. He shouldn't have anything to hide, and he should hand it right over to you. He will have questions, and I'd suggest you answer them all honestly, but only after you see his texts. But his reaction to the suggestion will tell you a lot. If he's angry or tries to say that you're crazy, something's up. If he disappears somewhere with his phone, he's deleting things before he shows you. And then the OP responds and says, I'm worried to do this because if their texts are totally innocent / I find nothing, I'll have to tell him why I wanted to see it and I will seem nuts. He's got an iPhone and a MacBook where his texts are synced up, so I might try to get a hold of his MacBook and read them on my own first. He uses his laptop for work mostly though, and has a password on it, so I'll have to come up with some excuse about needing to borrow it. And someone responds and says, you were with your husband in his room? You don't share a bedroom? Maybe that's why she thought it was fine to walk in. She figured you wouldn't be there. And the OP responds and says, we were in his room at his dad's house during the party. I just call it that out of habit. At our own house, we share a room, of course. And someone responds and says, so let me get this straight. You were at your in-law's house, where she lives, yet she went into his room without knocking, knowing you were both changing, asking to borrow your hairbrush instead of, going into her own bedroom and using her own hairbrush? And the OP responds and says, yes. Obviously, my worry from this is she used it as an excuse to barge in. And another commenter says, wow, I'm sorry you even have to think about that. Did you ask him why she didn't get you a birthday present? Also, why didn't you call him out on the envelope thing? I would get to the bottom of this quickly. And the OP responds and says, I mentioned the gifts and said, wow, she really spoiled you. Must be nice, and he just kind of laughed and said, yeah, wow, what a surprise. I didn't say anything about the envelope, but I wish I did. This was at the start of some of the more obvious signs, and I was feeling so confused / nervous that I didn't really want to push it. And someone responds and says, that card is saved somewhere in your home. In his office, in his closet, in his drawers, business suitcase, in his tackle box, somewhere he believes you won't be getting into usually. I would search everywhere while he's out under the guise of spring cleaning. Update me. And then the OP responds and says, I have looked everywhere for the card. Believe me, I've tried to find it. If it's hidden somewhere, it's not in this house. And another user says, why did she ask for your hairbrush when this is the house she lives in? If this isn't fake, that should have been both of your immediate reactions. And the OP responds and says, her full statement was, hey, can I borrow your hairbrush? I can't find mine. Unfortunately, this is real. And someone responds and says, yeah, something is off. Even if he's not having an affair with her, I bet they've had intimacy with before. And the OP responds and says, back when we were in college, one of our friends asked him about that not long after he introduced her to us. He seemed genuinely grossed out by the question and said no. At the time, him and I were still just friends, so I don't think he had a reason to lie about it. I do think something is going on, but I don't think it stems that far back. And then the OP comes back about 3 weeks later with an update, and let's get into it. This reads, hey everyone, sorry that it's been so long since I made my original post about this. If you haven't seen it, you can find it on my profile. To say that our family has totally imploded since I last posted would be an understatement. So much has happened that I never expected or was prepared for, so I apologize that I kind of ghosted all of you. But this has been really hard. Just an FYI, I will be mentioning text messages a fair amount, and it will be paraphrasing. Leaving off from my last update, I did go to his dad's house that weekend that my husband told me he was going to see him. When I got there, only my husband's car was in the driveway. I wasn't sure what to do. If I should try calling his dad, calling my husband, or what. I decided to just go in because I didn't want to play games. I walk in and hear his and Jess's voices coming from the kitchen, and it sounded like they were yelling. Even now, I couldn't tell what they were saying. I was so full of adrenaline as I approached them, it was like I was watching them on mute or something and not actually hearing what was happening. He spotted me and looked like a deer in the headlights, and all I could muster up was to say, what's going on? I stared at them for a couple of seconds, and then my fight or flight kicked in. I'm very non-confrontational, so my instinct was to turn around and run. He chased after me and pulled me into a guest room to talk. Again, I asked what was going on, that he's been acting so weird, and so has Jess, and point blank asked if he was cheating on me. He seemed shocked at the question, but then out of nowhere started bawling his eyes out. I've never seen my husband cry before. He said that no, he's not cheating, but has something to tell me but couldn't do it there and needed to leave / for us to go back to our house. At first I protested and said no, I needed to know right then and there, but he was still having a breakdown, begging me, so I agreed. We left his car there and drove home together in mine, but I sat in silence the whole ride as he cried and was trying to collect himself. Oh my God, what happened? The OP continues and says, when we got home, we sat in the living room and I once again asked him what was happening, and my patience had run thin. Then out came his word vomit. He told me that in college, our junior / Jess's sophomore year, after him and a bunch of our friends had gone to a party, we were dating by this time, but I wasn't there that night. I'd come home for the weekend to hang out with family that was in town, and he got really drunk. Our guy friends kind of ditched him to go hook up, so Jess offered him to crash on her couch for the night. Our school had an on-campus apartment, and she had a single because she was an RA. He said he woke up at some point after that with his pants down and her on top of him, having intimacy. He told me at the time he felt out of it and didn't really get what was happening, and that all he remembers was waking up and feeling / seeing her. He then woke up again a couple hours later, and she was asleep in her own bed. So he left and went back to his own dorm. He never told anyone. It took him a long time to even fully understand what had happened, and he felt like he couldn't tell anybody because 1, he felt ashamed and embarrassed. 2, he didn't think anyone would believe him. 3, he didn't want to be known as the guy that slept with his stepsister. 4, he was afraid of losing me. And 5, he was worried about his dad, and if he found out that it could affect or ruin his new marriage, and that his dad is so happy with his stepmom. He told me he basically just acted like nothing happened, even around Jess when we all hung out together. He said him and her never spoke about it or said anything until a couple of years later, when him and I got engaged after graduation. She sent him a text essentially saying she loved him and thought about that night all the time, and that why did their parents have to meet and get married? They could be together otherwise, etc. Essentially, she's obsessed with him. Shamefully, I will admit, when he first told me all of this, I wasn't sure what to think or believe until I saw their text messages. I questioned him, saying if this was the case, why are they always talking? Why wouldn't he distance himself now that we're married and out of school? He told me it started up again with her about 6 months ago, like I said on my original post, when him and I told our families that we decided we wanted to try for a baby. He had a screenshot of the text she sent him the next day, ranting about how he shouldn't do this. Marriages aren't permanent until a baby comes into the mix. There's still a chance for them to be honest with their family, and for him to leave me. She still loves him after all this time, etc. He replied saying he loved me and wanted to start a family with me, and that he didn't love her in that way, and he never wanted her to bring this up to him ever again. That's when her demeanor changed, and she said if he didn't love her, why did he have intimacy with her, and what would their family think? Essentially blackmailing him. I read through as many of the texts as I could handle, and it was always her saying things like she was thinking about him, she wants to see him. She'd even send texts while we were all together telling him he looks good in that outfit. Sometimes he wouldn't reply, and others he'd be trying to have a normal convo / steer it in a different direction, and sometimes just telling her to stop it. The days he's told me he's going to hang out with his dad, it's her begging him to go over there so she can see him, or she will tell her mom everything. So he'd agree to go, but he swears nothing has ever happened. That one of their parents would be there a majority of the time, and it would just be all of them on the patio or in the living room. That day, he went there to tell her he was sick of it and couldn't do it anymore. She could tell people whatever she wants, but he was done, and that's why they were yelling. I sat there taking it all in, and honestly was speechless, as I did not expect any of this. I asked him about our sudden lack of intimacy, essentially only during my fertile window since we're trying for a baby, but never any other time. And he said all of this being brought up for him mentally has made him shut down about intimacy. He was only doing it for me because I wanted a baby. That it's taken him so long to realize / come to terms with the fact that she assaulted him and how this harassment. I cried. I felt betrayed by her and then a heavy, deep empathy for him. I just hugged him and cried, and he cried too. I told him he really needs to tell his dad because we can no longer associate with her in any way. And how can we manage that when she lives with him? At first he said no. He couldn't because he's worried they won't believe him, and also doesn't want to ruin his dad's life because how could the marriage with his stepmom survive this? I told him I don't have an answer for that. He has to trust that his dad will believe him, and I was also worried about her panicking after their argument and doing something crazy. He agreed to tell his dad and said he wanted to do it alone. The following weekend, he met up with dad and told him everything. Showed the text to him, etc. His dad believed him, and like me, was caught off guard and speechless. This led to him telling his wife and saying he was kicking Jess out. However, his wife did not believe it. She claims my husband must have edited the text somehow, actual text in the message app that you can scroll through, and it's Jess's number attached to the contact. Jess freaked out, saying none of it was true, and he was the one who'd been harassing her. That's when my husband threatened to take it all to the police for an order of protection against her if she did not tell the truth. And she finally admitted to everything in an insane meltdown. His stepmom is horrified. His dad doesn't know if he can get past her not believing in my husband and accusing him. We are currently in this weird limbo phase of the whole family on edge. Jess is still living there. His dad has demanded she leave and has given her 2 weeks instead of kicking her out on the spot in an attempt to try and salvage the situation with his wife. My husband and I are having lots of talks, trying to regroup. We've put trying for a baby on hold as we seek therapy for this. He still is considering going to the police for the harassment. My heart is broken for him, and also trying to come to terms with the truth that Jess, who I've known for years, would do something like this. I was prepared to uncover an affair, but never this. I'm not sure if there will be any more updates after this. Maybe if my husband decides to pursue legal action. I want to say thanks to everybody who pushed for me to dig into my suspicions. Otherwise, this couldn't have gone any further. I don't like to think of what could have happened. I probably left things out, so if people have questions, I'll try my best to reply in the comments. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, "Oh, wow, that's so intense. How are you doing with all this? Way to be there for your husband. And also, I'm glad that the truth came out." And the OP responds and says, "I'm really hurt and overwhelmed. Her and I were close friends for so long, so I'm really battling how she portrayed him, but me too. And I also feel guilty for having this back thought of feelings lied by him. When I know this wasn't his fault, he was assaulted and essentially stalked by her, so I in no way blame him. Just trying to shake this feeling and hoping it fades." Someone else says, "Hello, you should push your husband to go the legal route. This is messed up." And the OP responds and says, "I told him that he should because she is unstable. It scares me because she seems so totally normal. Like this is the biggest shock of my life, learning her true behavior. And someone like that is totally unpredictable. He knows he needs to, but is trying to mentally prepare. And I'm trying to not push him too hard because this has been a lot." And someone else says, "First of all, what she did is called R-word, not assault. Second, he needs to get a restraining order ASAP. Third, he needs to pursue this legally and hard because she is a danger to all men, period." And the OP responds and says, "Yeah, I know that's what it's called and what happened. I myself was R in high school, and I don't like using the word. It's very triggering to me. He's still considering taking legal action, but I can't force him to. And we have never received another update from the OP ever again because the OP's account was shortly after banned. But man, that took a wild, wild turn." My girlfriend found her explicit photos on her stepdad's phone. To begin, I am 17 years old. My girlfriend is also 17. Recently, she got her phone taken away by her parents for about 2 weeks during that time. I gave her one of my old phones so we could still communicate using Snapchat. We have exchanged explicit photos in the past, but not frequently. We both have each other's explicit photos saved on our Snapchat conversation. While her parents had her phone, her mom saw and mentioned to my girlfriend that she saw the explicit photos, but also mentioned that she quickly looked away and made sure stepdad did not see and put the phone in a family safe that only her parents know the code to. After she got her phone back within minutes, stepdad broke it while in an argument with her, which he later apologized for and promised to replace it. About 4 days after the argument where her phone was broken, she got a new one and proceeded in life normally. It's been about a week and a half since she got her new phone, and during that time, she never had a need to text her stepdad and would instead call him most of the time if she needed to speak with him. Today, he asked her to text him what she wanted to eat, and she realized when she scrolled up that explicit photos from her old phone had been sent to her stepdad while it should have been in the safe. We checked the dates that it was sent, and that was during the time when the phone wasn't in her possession. There was explicit pictures and videos that would normally require a password to access. I should mention that since she logged into Snapchat on the used phone I gave her during the time her phone was taken, Snapchat logged out of her actual phone because it can only be on one device at a time. She later realized that her stepdad has known the password she used most of the time, including her Snapchat and her email, meaning he could log into her Snapchat account. During the time her phone was taken, she was randomly logged out from my used phone and couldn't log back in for a period of time, and the time and date match to when the explicit photos were sent. Her mom does not know and is away for the next 4 days in a foreign country. She is currently there alone with her stepdad. What should we do? And now let's get into some of the top comments. One person says, she needs to tell her mom right away. She should screenshot everything and send it to you, just in case he realizes he didn't delete the proof off her phone and tries to go do that. If she doesn't feel comfortable staying there with him, is there any way for her to stay with you or a friend? Also, going to the police is an option. He is now in possession of illegal content involving minors, and that is illegal, at least where I live. And the OP responds and says, she can stay with me, but she's pretending like she never saw anything because she's afraid and her mom is in another country, so she is vulnerable and her parents would never let her stay with me for reasons I do not know, probably trying to be good parents. Someone else says, probably call the police. Don't know what country you're in, but in the US, he has committed at least 3 crimes I can think of: possession of explicit photos without permission, possession of illegal content involving minors, and digital theft/identity fraud for logging into another person's account for unlawful purposes. This would be a good question for r/legal advice. Another commenter says, get the evidence. Tell the police. In that order. Evidence is so important. I was SA'd by my stepdad twice as a teen, and nothing was done about it because I did not have the proper evidence. Once you have the proper evidence, get the police involved immediately. Right now, he possesses illegal content, and it's clear he's infatuated with your girlfriend. She could potentially be in danger, but the police need to know why, and they need an alibi. You're a great boyfriend for wanting to get involved and help her. Please do this. And then we get an update from the OP about 3 days later. And let's get into it. This reads, update. She told her mom before she got back from said foreign country, and her mom advised her to remain normal until she got back the next day. Her mom also made her stay at her grandma's house, and when she got back, she confronted her stepdad. Initially, the stepdad denied it over and over again, but when her mom said she has proof, he admitted to doing it and gave silly excuses why, like saying he wanted to protect my girlfriend. My girlfriend's mom proceeded to kick him out and told him to not come back. He, after hearing that, tried to do something with a screwdriver, but her mom threatened to call the police and he left. It's been 2 days since that happened, and he has continuously tried to guilt my girlfriend's mom and accused her of cheating so he doesn't look bad. Her mom is understandably devastated and completely confused. This was her significant other/husband for over 10 years, and she has since sought therapy for advice on how to proceed. They've ultimately decided not to press charges and agreed that they just want him out of their lives. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, how are you holding up? And the OP says, me specifically? And the commenter says, yes. I know it can't be easy for you to just let everything take its path without being able to help. How are you feeling? And the OP responds and says, thank you for saying that. I feel voiceless, I guess, especially in comparison to like everyone else, but to some degree, I think it's maybe because it's not my problem. And I think her family would not like me to help. They are very family first. So sometimes all I can do is spectate because in her family, I'm probably just a kid. But I try to help my girlfriend specifically, and when I do, it goes unrecognized, so I guess I selfishly kind of feel unappreciated or overlooked, especially because no one would see me as helpful because I'm not a part of the family. I would love to be more involved because I love her, but I guess I'm forced to keep my distance because, again, I'm 17 and it's not my problem. It's hers and her family's problem. So yeah, I think that sums it up for me. I am happy that it's all working out. Thank you for asking. And someone else says, I'm so happy this turned out the way it did. I feel incredibly bad for you and your girlfriend's mom, but she did the right thing. And she sounds like a strong woman. I hope this guy doesn't keep bugging her, trying to get back into their lives. As you age, people start to listen and take you seriously. It won't be long. You're 17. Good luck to you and your girlfriend with the future, OP, and stay safe. And someone else says, I'm so glad the mom didn't question your girlfriend when she told her. I feel like these stories often end with the parent choosing the significant other over the child, and I'm glad that didn't happen. And the OP responds and says, we did fear that, but thankfully it worked out. And we have never received another update from the OP, but God, so gross. And they were married for 10 years, or together in each other's lives for 10 years. Like, that is so disgusting how the stepdad would be okay with watching and then sending those videos to his own phone and doing God knows what with them. That is so disgusting. And hopefully, I know that they didn't press charges, but I wish he went to jail for that. Obviously, it's illegal. I wish they pressed charges or something. It's insane how he just got off scot-free, but yeah, that guy is a monster. Am I the asshole for refusing to let my neighbor use my vintage bathtub for his therapy sessions? I, 28 female, live in an old Victorian house I inherited from my grandfather. One of the features of the house is the original clawfoot bathtub from the 1920s in the upstairs bathroom. I was originally going to look at having it removed, but kept putting it off and eventually fell in love with it, so I kept it. Enter my next door neighbor, Dennis, who's 50 male. Dennis is eccentric. He's into all these weird health trends, like grounding his feet in buckets of dirt for electrical balance. Lately, he's gotten into hydrotherapy, which apparently requires him to soak in cold water for extended periods of time to reset his nervous system. 2 weeks ago, Dennis came over and, completely out of the blue, asked if he could use my bathtub for his hydrotherapy sessions. I thought he was joking. But no, he earnestly explained that my tub was the perfect energy conduit because it was pre-industrial revolution and untainted by modern manufacturing processes. I told him no, obviously. I don't want a rando, wrinkly old dude filling it with ice water and doing whatever nonsense he's into. Dennis did not take this well. He said I was being selfish with community resources. That's just crazy. And that because I inherited the house rather than buying it, I had a duty to share since I didn't work for it. He started bringing it up every time he saw me, passive-aggressively saying things like, "Must be nice to hoard that all by yourself." Then somehow, this got out to the neighborhood Facebook group, who loves drama, and now half the street thinks I'm the villain for gatekeeping my own bathtub. This is crazy. This is crazy. There's no way. The cherry on top is Dennis conveniently claims that his shower stopped working too, so he doesn't even have a place to clean himself. Not like this was a favorite pastime of his to begin with, respectively. I was trying to just avoid Dennis as much as I could and ignore the few comments from my neighbors until I ran into one of my neighbors while I was going for a walk Saturday evening. I don't really know her, but we chatted briefly, and somehow the issue came up. I was expecting some sympathy for the absurdity of this, but this woman proceeds to tear into me, like literal verbal assault by the end of it, asking me why I was being so stupid and selfish, that I have multiple bathrooms in the house and couldn't even spare it to help this old man's health. This morning I found literal gift-wrapped bar of soap in the mailbox. There was no note or anything, but I assume this was her insanely petty, passive-aggressive way of telling me to shove it. I do not want this man soaking in my tub. I do not care about his nervous system reset, but now I feel like I'm losing my mind because everyone around me is acting like I'm some kind of selfish monster. I get that some of the people in the neighborhood aren't keen on me living here, but I live by myself and work and go to school all day. And I'm genuinely starting to worry that I'm going to come home one day to find Dennis reclining in my bathtub. Am I the asshole? Also, for anyone wondering how Dennis knew about the tub, he's lived here forever and helped my granddad do repairs back in the day, so he's seen the house. That said, he hasn't been in it, the house, not the bathtub, to my knowledge, in at least 15 years. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One person says, obviously not the asshole. It's not a community resource. It's your home. Another commenter says, not the asshole. Tell your neighbors that you will not allow a mentally ill man into your house to get unclothed in your bathtub. Your final answer is hell no. And the next step will be a restraining order. Make sure they make the connection that there's a mentally ill man demanding to be unclothed in the house of a young woman who lives alone and do strange things in her favorite bathtub. Make sure they understand how aggressively weird this makes them look. When he posts on Facebook, rely on Facebook. So it's on record. I have told you no repeatedly. I will not allow you into my house to get unclothed. You are not entitled to get inside my house and take your clothes off. No means no. Stop harassing me. Stop telling my neighbors to pressure me to let you into my house. I do not want a strange man in my home. Set up cameras, because his next escalation will be breaking in. And I just find it so crazy how, like, people, when they're told no, they'll just keep asking, especially like more or less a stranger. It's like, you have to be mentally ill to keep saying, hey, can I use your bathtub? Which is a crazy thing to ask for off the bat. But like again and again, like you have to be deranged. Another commenter says, to begin with, you do not need a single man, let alone a creepy single man, in your house. You are a single woman who lives alone. From what you've seen, he's the type of guy who could go off at any minute. He covets your tub. What's to keep him from deciding it belongs to him? As to your neighbor, suggest she let him use her bathtub if she's so concerned about his health. That's a good point. Even if his shower is broken, he has options. He could have a plumber come fix it, or he could take a sponge bath in his sink. Not as nice as a shower, but it will get you clean. And I would file a complaint with the police to have on record just in case his behavior gets worse. Call in a mental wellness check on him and have them suggest he leaves you alone. Oh, by the way, that tub is not pre-industrial revolution. There were two in America, 1810 through 1860 and 1870 through 1920. It is highly unlikely that your tub predates that. And someone else says, what an entitled man your neighbor is, and those against you are batshit crazy. And then the OP comes back with an update the next day, and let's get into it. It reads, "Thank you all for the support. I was overwhelmed with over 1,000 Reddit notifications this morning and literally cried from relief scrolling through all of your comments before I got out of bed. Some helpful details. To clarify the neighborhood situation, it's a very small, older community that is fairly isolated from the surrounding area. Everyone has all lived here forever, and everyone is very toxic and set in their ways. They are very politically hostile to outsiders, and though I am not a strong politics person, it became very clear when I moved in that I was not one of them. This, combined with the jealousy of me inheriting the house at a relatively young age, has painted me as an outsider in their minds. This is the first actual issue I've had, but there have been mild microaggressions toward me in the past. Nothing serious, just little things to irk me that I have largely ignored. To the people saying I use M dashes too much, deal with it LOL. I get a lot of flack from this from friends. I even use them when texting. Also, comments about the age of the tub sounds accurate. I'm not a history buff, but this makes a lot of sense LOL. And to anyone who was offended by me calling Dennis old, I'm sorry. He's probably late 50s, and while that is not super old, it's old enough compared to me to make me feel weird about inviting him into my home as practically a teenager. To anyone asking why I didn't take action earlier, I work 20 plus hours a week, and I'm a non-traditional full-time student commuting over an hour to class several days a week, so I have not had the time or energy to look into a lot of things you guys suggested. As for moving forward, I don't have the mental and physical capacity to care for a dog in my life right now, especially a big one, and I don't feel comfortable inviting a housemate into my home to live with me. That said, the cameras seem like a really great idea that I really should have considered when I moved in. I just didn't see the need before. I don't have loads of money to spend on a full security system, but will be at least purchasing a camera for my front door. I'm worried about confronting Dennis or escalating things in the Facebook group because I do not want things to get worse or encourage someone to do something stupid. For the time being, I will be actively avoiding him and my neighbors and seeing if anything else happens. I haven't dealt with the police in my town, but have heard that they are not super helpful, so I hesitate to bring this to their attention. I feel like telling them that someone asked to use my bathtub and someone gave me Elsa bar of soap is not going to be grounds for them to take me seriously. Something that has really worried me is the comments on the original post about Dennis's possible predatory behavior. While it was clear that he was gently harassing me about it, I never even considered the fact that being unclothed in my home or sharing the intimacy of my bathtub may be some sort of weird fantasy. This may be overreacting, but now that I think about it, all the signs check out. The constant pressure, and seriously, why wouldn't he just buy his own tub? I feel naive and a major ick, and I'm genuinely scared about what he might do if he actually has ill intentions. Any further input is welcome. I'm still reading through all of your lovely comments on the original post, and I will try to update you all if this escalates any further. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, personally, I would go on the Facebook group and ask if it's considered normal in this community for older men to pressure young women to allow the men into their homes alone and undress. Ask how many of them are already allowing this man to use their homes or their granddaughter's homes as he wishes. Another commenter says, post on the Facebook group that Dennis's harassment of you is reaching extremely unsafe levels and that you do not want to involve the police in his inappropriate demands to be unclothed in your home. Explicitly say that his behavior is predatory and you are horrified at the neighborhood siding with what appears to be harassment. Until you make a stand, they will continue to harass you. And the next time Dennis approaches you, loudly state, "Get away from me. You will never be unclothed in my home, and I will call the police if you keep harassing me." be loud. So many predators get away with this because their victims stay quiet. Scream it from the rooftops. Whether his intent is intimate or not does not matter. It's wildly inappropriate. And someone else says, you're not overreacting at all. This is weird. Your gut feeling is spot on. The fact that he keeps pushing and won't just get his own tub is a huge red flag. Cameras are a smart move, and honestly, avoiding him sounds like the best call. Trust yourself, and don't feel bad for setting boundaries. Not the asshole. And unfortunately, the OP has since deleted their profile, or the profile has been banned, and so we don't know what ended up happening, but just a very uncomfortable and such a weird scenario. I mean, it's so weird that everybody in the community was like, yeah, why aren't you letting him use your bathtub? Like, I feel like some of like the other older people would have like sympathized and been like, I have a granddaughter your age. Like, if that happened to my granddaughter, I would be creeped out. Like, I thought like at least some of the older people in the community would sympathize, but I guess not. They're just very weird, and they want this old guy to use her bathtub really badly for some reason. And what do you think? Do you think that guy is predatory, or he's just completely oblivious to how weird it is? Because I don't know. It's like, I feel like old people sometimes like just don't know that what they're doing is weird or creepy, or maybe they do. I don't know, but yeah, what do you guys think about this one? I just feel bad for the OP because they moved into this new neighborhood, into a house she inherited, and she has to deal with all these crappy neighbors. And so I hope she was able to, adapt and meet these neighbors, and the neighbors were nicer to her, and hopefully this creepy old guy left her alone for good. Who came into my house and started my dryer? Title says it all. I do not have dryer timer problems and never had. If anything, my clothes always take 2 runs through the dryer to dry, probably because I load it too heavy. Maybe this sounds silly or overly paranoid, but I can't stop thinking about it. I loaded the dryer before I left for work at 5 a.m. I put it on a 90-minute cycle. When I got home from work at 4 p.m., the dryer still had approximately 70 minutes left. Maybe this doesn't even belong in this thread, but it's definitely a mystery. I even do exactly the same thing with my dryer today to see if it happened again. It didn't. I got paranoid and thought maybe it's my ex. Last December, months after we broke up, I was on a night shift. He knew what time I left for work, and a handful of times I saw his car. It was kind of old and not terribly common, parked right next to my exit gate for my apartment. Backed into the space so he could look out the windshield to the road. Sometimes it was empty. Sometimes there was a hooded man sitting inside. Resembled my ex a lot. One time I was running late for work and went out a different exit gate. As I was pulling out, my headlights caught the driver's seat while he was driving away. I'm assuming because it was well past my time for work and he didn't see my car, so left and I caught him just as he was leaving. Of course, there's room for doubt here, but it looked a lot like him. When we were dating, he kept talking about how he wanted to find a copy my access card to the gate. Something about RFID or something. He carried a key to my apartment door for the months we were together and had plenty of time to copy it. The relationship ended poorly, and he was extremely obsessive and borderline SA'd me all the time. The classic case of continuing to try to convince me to have intimacy after I would say no several times. He would not stop touching me, begged for intimacy even after I clearly stated I wasn't in the mood. Literally 100% of the time, the most freaky MFer I've ever met. Like, he seriously could not control himself, not even in his sleep. We haven't spoken in months, and the last time we spoke, I called him out on his behavior. Not the first time. He blocked me on everything except maybe my number. I don't know, I haven't tried to reach him. Oh, and I've had 2 times where I've had unfamiliar logins into my Instagram, but they were from the same area as me. And when I changed my password, I got another notification. Someone was trying to access my account. This was before we stopped talking altogether. I don't think It's him? What other possibilities could y'all think of? Maintenance coming in unannounced or unprovoked? They've done this before where they knocked on my door and came barreling in for a fire inspection. I never got any notice about an upcoming inspection, and the fire inspectors didn't seem to care much that I ripped my fire alarm out of the ceiling. So clearly my apartment doesn't have very clear boundaries either. Anyways, please someone give me a hypothesis that isn't my ex, or maybe even elaborate on my ex. I don't care, just give me something. Thankfully, I am coincidentally moving out tomorrow. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, does the dryer come on automatically after a power failure? Because a downed power line that takes all day to fix would cause that. Someone else says, not pertaining to your current issue, but you might want to have your vent line cleaned. That would help with the drying times. I mean, unless you're drying wool blankets or 10 pairs of jeans, it shouldn't take 180 minutes to dry. Someone else says, does your dryer automatically start another dry cycle if the clothes haven't fully dried yet? My dryer does this, and sometimes the sensor has a hard time and will start a new dry cycle like hours after the initial. Anyway, do you have a door camera? And someone else says, it definitely sounds like a malfunctioning timer on your dryer. That's the most likely explanation by far. For the sake of discussion, let's imagine that it was an intruder playing with your dryer. Assuming your dryer was functioning correctly, they would need to have entered your home within 90 minutes of your departure in order to be aware that the dryer was running. Then they would have spent hours there, hanging out basically all day, before turning on your dryer for some reason 20 minutes before you walked in the door. If I was a creep, hanging out in your apartment, messing with the dryer would be my last priority. I wouldn't care about it at all. And even worse, if I knew you'd be home soon, I wouldn't want the noise coverage because it would keep me from hearing you opening the front door. Did you find anything else out of place when you got home? Because if somebody was there for hours, there would have been other stuff going on. So then your timeline would look like 5 a.m., you turn on the dryer and walk out the door. Intruder notices that you're gone and enters sometime between 5 and 6:30. Then the intruder hangs out, doing nothing substantial until 3:40, at which point he turns on the dryer and then leaves sometime between 3:40 and 3:59, just missing you. Because in this timeline, we're assuming that nothing is wrong with the dryer, meaning that with 70 minutes remaining on a max timer of 90 minutes, the intruder left just before you arrived. So basically, the intruder theory doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It sounds like your ex was a creep, but I don't think he's breaking into your place just to fiddle with your dryer. And then the OP comes back 12 days later with an update, and let's get into it. It reads, ran into my neighbor last week while I was picking up the last of my things and cleaning up the apartment before turning in my keys, which I have yet to do. There is some overlap on my leases between old and new apartment. Haven't really talked to her much other than her kids petting my dog when I walk her and friendly hellos, but I got the gut anyways to ask if she had seen anything. She had a door camera, so I thought maybe she would have footage or something since the camera directly faces my door. She said the camera stopped working months prior and never got around to fixing it, though she did notice a man walking my dog one day. She couldn't remember which day it was, but definitely took notice of it because when I first moved in, I told her my dog was aggressive towards other dogs. She's not allowed around any dogs ever and just gave her the heads up since she has a Yorkie, and if anything ever happens to be walking our dogs at the same time, just to have them leashed and stuff. So she knew this and said she remembered the man because when he was walking her, leashed, he let her greet a neighbor's bulldog that was off leash. Normally, I'd pretty much run away if I saw a dog unleashed nearby when walking mine. So there we have it. Someone has been effing around in my apartment and walking my dog and just generally being a creep. She couldn't remember what he looked like, but I have a pretty good guess. And to all those who said I must clearly have a mental disorder to be paranoid about someone coming into my house, the OP then gives a middle finger. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, a lot of people here are suggesting getting a protection order, but protection orders don't get granted on a hunch. You may be granted temporary relief, but eventually a hearing would be held if the person you file against contests it. And if you don't have legitimate proof that you have substantial reason to fear for your safety, it's not going to be granted. You can't just walk into a court and file a request to take away someone's personal freedoms. If whoever OP suspects is the perpetrator, they absolutely need to get more evidence. File police reports, request more patrols around their residence, get cameras. I've worked in the court system for over 6 years, 3 of those doing crime victim work, a lot of which was helping crime victims.
Yesterday, my dad was out of town for months. Back when I was 12, I went to a private school, so I needed to take a long walk to my apartment. Since the school was a bit far from the city center, this was in Zagreb, Croatia, so I had a lot of public transport options to get home. My usual routine was to get on the bus at the station in front of my school all the way down to the main street, then take a tram to a public park and walk home the rest of the way. Our school had a double timetable where one week we went to school in the morning and the other week we had classes in the afternoon. This happened during one of my afternoon weeks. I was walking out with a few classmates since we all got on the same bus to the main street. The rest of my classmates were picked up by their parents. When we got in the bus, there were a few empty seats, so I took a seat in front of a balding, middle-aged man who was wearing slightly dirty clothes. That was my mistake. As soon as I sat down, he started staring at me, like staring, with a cold look in his eyes. Feeling uncomfortable, I took a book out of my bag and started reading. I would have used my phone if I could, but it was dead since I forgot to charge it before I left the house that day. The guy did not stop staring at me the whole bus ride, to the point where I couldn't even concentrate on my book. But I refused to put it down because I was scared. I would have mentioned something to my classmates, but we were all spread out on the bus, but I was too scared to move. I don't know why, but I didn't want him to see that I was scared, thinking that maybe that would deter him, or maybe I thought he was just staring at me for some stupid reason. When we finally got to our stop, my classmates and I all got off, and some of us headed to the tram station, while the others walked away to their houses. The guy who was staring at me also got off with us, and he started trailing us while keeping a fair distance. I told one of my friends about this, but urged him not to look back, thinking ignoring him would be the best option. When we got to the station, different people got on different trams, since each of them had a different route. I needed to take the tram number 2, and so did my friend. We waited for it to arrive, and the guy was somewhere to our right, but we refused to look at him. When our tram arrived, my friend and I got on, but so did the creepy guy. When I arrived at my stop, I tried to quietly discuss with my friend if getting off with me just in case was a good idea. But then we saw the guy get off himself first and start heading into the park, opposite of where I needed to go. He probably overheard us talking since there were barely any people in the tram at the time. It was around 9 p.m., but I didn't think of that, so I thought it had all been a misunderstanding. When I got off and the tram had sped away to the next station, I started walking home. It was a short distance and would have taken me about 5 minutes, but then I noticed someone following me. I immediately knew it was the same guy again, so I picked up my pace and walked to my apartment. As I turned a corner into the alley that housed my apartment, the guy was getting closer. I got to the building and buzzed my mom on the intercom. I wish she would have hurried up, but in the end, the guy managed to catch up with me. I could smell the stench coming off of him as he started talking. "Hey, how have you been, buddy? I saw your dad yesterday and he told me all about how you were getting on in that new school of yours," he said. And then I immediately knew that he was lying, since my dad had been away on work-related business for months and hadn't returned home in that time once. I didn't know what to do, so I just stood there quietly staring at him. Just then, the door buzzed and unlocked, so I bolted for it. I managed to rush in and start running up the stairs, but he was falling behind me, running himself. Never in my life have I felt such an adrenaline rush as I ran up the stairs to the 3rd floor. And I had a backpack with books weighing me down, so I had a disadvantage. But in the end, I managed to arrive at the door, where my mom was happily waiting for me. With no warning, I shoved her away from the door as I entered before slamming it shut. Fortunately, the guy had enough common sense not to continue chasing after me. I told my mom what happened and she called the police and they arrived sometime later, questioning me on how that guy looked and what exactly happened. In the end, they looked at the camera footage, but since it was so dark out and I didn't turn the indoor building lights as I entered, they weren't able to get a clear view of his face. For 2 weeks, I was too scared to go home alone, so my mom picked me up every time until 2 weeks later, when on the news it was said how a man was arrested for attempted kidnapping and R-wording of children, and the face they showed was the exact one I saw that night. So I finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing I was safe now. But that didn't excuse the fact that I was careless with not charging my phone, and there were still many bad people out there. Everyone, please stay safe out there. To the person who I met, if you ever get released for some ungodly reason, I hope I never see your face again. Scary childhood story with me and my sister. I might have been around 11 at the time, and it was only my sister and I still living at home by then. My dad worked overnight a lot, and that night it was just us in the house. I remember it was very dark, so maybe we had went to bed less than an hour before this happened. All of a sudden, I heard someone ruffling what sounded like Christmas wrapping paper or loud plastic, maybe even tinfoil. You could hear the way they were going through it and tearing it, etc. Then I heard my sister call out my name from her room across the hall and shout, "Stop." She sounded angry, and I remember exactly what I felt and thought when I replied. I yelled back, "That's not me." Literally, as I was completing my reply, a flood of fear and confusion went through my mind. I knew my sister, and the anger I heard in her voice was because it was scaring her too, even though she probably did think it was me. So once I said it wasn't me, I could feel the intense increase in fear that we both felt. It was very scary, and it stopped as soon as we started talking about it. My sister had another scary story from around that time, give or take a few years. She was reading a book in the living room while I was outside playing, and she would hear someone tapping on the wall, and every time she looked up to see what it was, the tapping stopped. I don't remember us ever talking about that night again, but for a period of time after that, I requested to sleep in her bed because I was scared. The time a raging customer stalked me in his truck. I, 24F, at the time was 21 female. I lived in a larger small city in the Midwest. At the time, I had no car, a bicycle, and hardly enough money for the public buses. I worked at a retail battery, lighting, and repair store. I worked full-time and only lived a little over a mile from my job. Since I was a female in a male-dominated field, I was often used to targeted abuse from men that thought they knew better. Many times, I stood my ground and flaunted my knowledge in subjects that these men couldn't grasp. Because of my willingness to learn and my close proximity to work, I often worked all sorts of hours, mostly by myself. This time, I wasn't the person closing and had a coworker, Joey, who was 22, who came in for a part-time shift after he wrapped up classes at the local college. We had a close friendship, and we often stood up for each other and stood in when we were flustered or needed to go to the bathroom in the back. Joey received a phone call for a possible repair on a smartphone, possibly LG, low-tier phone though, and he wasn't 100% sure if it was a phone that we could repair. He asked the young female caller to stop by for a consult. She had quickly agreed and said that she would stop by at around 5:30 p.m. This was a night that I was supposed to get done at 6 p.m. and catch the bus at 6:12. It was a windy, drizzly, early fall night. I remember this because I had my bike with, and it became my anchor that night. A little before 6 p.m., this frantic, terrified, bawling 19 to 20-something-year-old woman came into our tiny shop. I was at the counter, switching out aging price tags and general store maintenance. I looked up at her, confused and willing to help. She looked me deep in the eyes, asking if Joey was here. At the time, he was pooping in our tiny bathroom in the back, so I had to step in and help out any customers. I told her that he was currently busy and that I was willing to help her. She handed me her smashed, cheap phone very timidly. My customer service skills couldn't prepare me for what she was going to say next. She quietly told me that her boyfriend, who was out in his red mini truck in the small front parking lot, had gotten angry and smashed her phone when she tried to call her sister that afternoon. I took the backing off the phone and tried to research the model for any possible screen repair. No results found. I tried to hand her back the destroyed phone, and she pushed it back in my hands with a pleading look. Then the honking commenced. There was this slight drizzle outside, so our front glass door was covered in beaded drops and was slightly fogged over. I couldn't see who was honking out there. I told her again that I couldn't help and for her to try our cell phone repair competitor down the road. The tears started to really flow down her cheeks, and I was freaked out at this point. She kept throwing glances behind her, and the honking would not stop. I shook with fear and rage at this point. I myself was in a domestic abuse situation at the time and knew what this girl was experiencing. I broke my locked stare at her and tried to look in our system a second time for a replacement screen. Nothing again. I looked up from our computer and saw a shadowy figure of a young man pacing in front of the store. I was just happy that the honking stopped, but I was increasingly shooken up. My whole body vibrated with fear, and I whispered across the counter if she needed me to call 911. She slammed her hands down on the counter and said that I couldn't do that. She begged me not to. At this point, Joey came out from the back and asked me what all the honking was from. We had a lot of elderly farmers, lazy, and disabled customers that would honk their horns for us to pick up heavy battery cores from their cars. He thought that it was one of those situations, but with the looks on our faces, he knew something horrifying was happening. The young guy stopped pacing outside and began banging on our front door. Joey took the girl's phone from my hands and said for me to go in the back and lock the back employee-only doors. I did what I was told and grabbed my bag, my bike, and my jacket. I looked at the clock in the back and it read 6:14. I spent 15 minutes with this girl, both of us feeling like trapped animals. Joey did bodybuilding during his free time and was a gentle, non-confronting, short but stocky Asian guy. I was a short, obese, kind lady that would respond either of two ways, like a doormat or ready to stand my ground. I knew that I couldn't fight a customer and neither could Joey, not because of physical reasons, we'd lose our jobs, and had no idea what to do. The young guy threw the door open, and the wind kept the door open. He had this manic, hateful look about him. A total predator he was. He was slim but muscular, early to mid-20s, and was soaked by the rain. He took the broken phone off the counter and took the girl in tow. He hurled insults at us, and I gave the girl a pitied look. He slammed the door back shut, and both Joey and I stood in absolute silence. He snapped out of it and ran to the front door and locked it. I told Joey to call our manager from our store landline and stood around while he did it. I noticed that the guy had moved his truck to directly in front of our door. He was watching us from his truck, watching us behind the counter as we were on the phone with our manager. I had to leave to get home. The last possible bus came at 6:42, and I couldn't pedal my way home in the weather and all of the circumstances that had just occurred. The time was around 6:18, and I just needed to cross the busy highway and down the sidewalk by 1/8 of a mile to the nearest bus stop. Joey, the guy, and I played the waiting game. It was 6:23 when the dickhead finally left our parking lot. I told Joey that I would leave at 6:25 so I could arrive at the stop safely. Joey opened the front door, and I threw myself on top of my bike and pedaled harder than I could have ever imagined. Now, mind you, our store was in an industrial shopping area at the very edge of a town. We worked next to a sub shop and worked across from a strip mall with a bullseye store and a local chain grocery store with other retail stores and a bank all in that large lot. It started to downpour, and as I tried to pull out of our parking lot straddling my bicycle, I caught a glimpse of the red truck looping around the sub shop. The highway had dual lanes each way, and I had to play real-life Frogger if I wanted to make it to my destination in one piece. There was a few cars that slowed for me as I hauled ass to the other side of the road. I jumped off my bike and threw it on top of the curb. I promptly hopped back on and tried to pedal off. My front wheel was stuck in the grassy strip, and my right foot had slipped off into the pedal. My shins struck the pedal, and I had to act quickly. I grabbed the frame of my bike and jogged awkwardly to the bus stop. The red truck pulled into the bank parking lot, of which I had just passed. The truck pulled around and went through the entrance across from the sub shop and took the closest lane to me. He went at a crawl and turned at the red light so we could circle the main parking lot of the shopping center. There was 3 ways to get into that parking lot. One to the left, one in the center, slightly off to the right across the sub shop, and the other far to the right next to the grocery store. I stuck to the sidewalk since it felt safer and was in front of people. The truck patrolled the parking lot, the hunter stalking its prey. I felt cold, sore, and concerned, just like an injured animal. There was a couple of cars that pulled into the left entrance of the parking lot, causing the truck to stop from re-entering the lot again. I almost collapsed in the shitty small bus stop, and I felt my phone buzz. I saw that it read Joey, so I rested my bike on my person to answer the call. Joey told me that he was watching, and even though He had an elderly couple in the store that he was helping that he wouldn't allow the guy to hurt me. I started to cry. All of this had just gotten to me. The red truck looped around once again and again. I saw the bus pull up early at 6:39 and I couldn't be happier. I knew the driver since I used the buses to get around town, errand shopping, and to get to and from work. I had my stupid fucking bike to worry about. I hung up the phone with Joey, put in my phone in my jacket pocket, and strapped down my bike in the rack that was in front of the bus. I struggled since I shook, and my bike was slick from the rain. I got on the bus and turned to open the bus doors, and saw that the truck took a left at the center entrance of the lot. I could finally let my guard down. I sat at the front of the bus, and my hands shook, had trying to get the $125 for the fare. The driver said that it was okay, and that I could take my time with the change. I kept my backpack on and pulled my damp phone from my pocket, dialing Joey's number, letting him know that I was fine. In under 15 minutes, I made it to my apartment safe, but deeply disturbed. I took my bike in so I wouldn't draw any attention to where I lived. All of this gave me an idea to leave my own domestic abuse situation. A few months later, when COVID took the world by storm, to this day I wonder about that girl and hope that somebody more daring and stronger than me called the cops on her abuser, that she had the strength to leave that violent man, for her to write her own story and to recover from all of that. I'm currently doing significantly better in life and finally have my own car, and I live a couple of states away safely from my past life. Even though I'm states away, and it's been 3 years now, let's not meet. Scariest person I have ever briefly met. One night, a neighbor I never talked to asked me to help him break into his house. I told him it's 1 a.m. You are being weird. He asked me if he could borrow a wrench or hammer. If I don't trust him, I can use them instead. I told him, be reasonable. It's 1 a.m., stop acting strange. He left. 2 days later, police surrounded his house. He had murdered his father. I reported the event to the police. The murder occurred around the reported time. They were unable to figure out if he wanted to use me as an alibi. We break in and his father was already dead, or if he had a fight with his dad, broke in and murdered him. 15 years later, today I saw workers cleaning the house, which reminded me of this whole story. Over the years, the house was completely covered in vegetation. I wonder who owns the house now. It would be weird if he did. Should there be a law if you murder your dad, you can't inherit his property? Fish Face, the serial stalker. This takes place over the course of a few years, from just before my university freshman year to my junior year. I am now a 20-year-old female, but at the start of the story, I was 17. For my freshman orientation, my family and I were staying at a hotel across from my college campus. Orientation started in the morning, so I wandered over to the campus with my luggage to check into my dorm room for the next few days. I was roomed alone for orientation since I have OCD and sleeping problems and didn't want to bother any potential roommates, so I put my luggage away and began walking the campus. This entire fiasco started for one reason. I wanted breakfast. It was foggy that morning, and I had never been on campus. It was a ways away from my hometown, so I quickly became turned around. I spotted a group of 4 people walking toward a building, so I swallowed my anxiety and approached them to ask for directions. I should add that I am a shy and quiet person, so it took a bit before I piped up and excuse me. One of the 4 turned around, and my immediate thought was, oh my god, this guy looks like a fish. He had a big, creepy eyes and fat lips. He was blonde and a little chubby. This is purely for descriptive purposes. I am by no means a model. Still, I stifled my gawking and asked, do you know where the dining hall is? Oh yeah, it's right here. He motioned to the building directly behind us. Oh, wow, I'm dumb, I laughed. There was a small pause before he asked, you here alone? As someone who has run into predatory people before, this question never, ever sits well with me. My family will be here later. We all have sleeping problems, so they're catching up on sleep. They'll be here at 6. This wasn't a lie, but I hoped it would deter him from latching onto me. Oh, well, do you want to sit with us? I guessed that he had meant the group of 4 he was with, but the other 3 had already disappeared in the dining hall. Sure, I conceded. I immediately grabbed a 2-person table, which made me internally groan. I had a feeling of where this was going, and I wanted no part of it. I'm a lesbian, for Christ's sake. I didn't want to risk making him angry. I didn't want someone to hate me before the school year even started, so I sat down with him in a plate of eggs. I tried to make conversation, and he kept replying dryly with things like, "Oh, uh-huh," and "mm-hmm." I thought that I had upset fish face, so I looked up from my plate to see him staring directly at my breasts. I'm a 36 double D, so unfortunately, used to this. I sighed and bagged out my sweater on my chest. Even after this and my slouching, he kept staring. After this, I didn't want anything to do with him, but I wasn't so lucky. Everywhere I went, he followed. Even in our orientation events were separate. I repeatedly tried to slip away from him before increasingly creeped out by his attempts at flirting, but everywhere I went, there was Fish Face. I gave it one last try, slipping away to the library. That's when the messages started. Somehow, Fish Face found my Snapchat. I guess that he searched my name. He kept messaging things like, "Where are you? Where did you go? I'm at X location." Knowing that he could see that I'd read them, I felt obligated to respond. "Okay, I'll be there soon." This didn't stop with orientation. The beginning of my freshman year was marred with fish face encounters. Classes, trips to the store, student activities, it didn't matter. He was there, shadowing me. The constant messaging drove me to just delete my Snapchat. Thank Christ he never got my phone number. At this point, Fish Face was incessantly hitting on me and reminding me of how much he liked me, despite numerous times of me stating that I'm not interested. When I made myself clear, it only seemed to make him push harder, as if he thought I was playing games with him. It became more and more common for him to put his arm around me, or try to hold my hand. This is where I drew the line. I told him, clear as day, I am not interested in you. I do not like men. Do not touch me. He pouted but relented, touching me, at least. The shadowing only got worse, to the point that I couldn't leave without my roommate. I couldn't get a single dorm for the actual school year. I became more exhausted, paranoid, and felt like he was a time bomb waiting to blow. After weeks of this, weeks of sheer anxiety, I spoke to my priest at my university. The father was deeply concerned and went so far as to walk me back to my dorm. He made me a promise that I would speak to security first thing the next day, which I agreed to. Security's first question was if I was really being stalked or if my anxiety made me believe that I was being stalked. When I cited the witnesses to his shadowing me, that was dropped. Then the question was I clear enough with him? I don't know how much clearer I could have been. After much back and forth, I managed to get a no-contact order against Fish Face. I knew that a no-contact order only meant that he couldn't contact me and vice versa, rather than physically keeping him away from me. I was okay with this because at this point, I did not want to hurt this guy or to potentially impact his future. For the remainder of the year, there were no more attempts to contact me or be near me. I thought that would be the end of it. But then came sophomore year. I could never be sure if it was a coincidence or he was actually tailing me, but then he started appearing outside of every classroom door, every coffee place, absolutely everywhere. I was in a rough place this year, totally unrelated to this, but it certainly didn't help. But due to the sheer emotional exhaustion I was battling, I couldn't give a damn. Okay, follow me. I promise that I'm not that interesting, but this is when I learned of the other victims. Their stories were identical to mine. 6 of them, mine being the 7th. They ran into Fish Face, a totally innocent encounter, but then he started in on them, bombarding them with messages, following them, groping them, and trying to get them alone. I was horrified to find out that every one of these girls had reported him to university security. Every one of them was prescribed a no-contact order. 7 victims later, and this bastard was still on campus as if nothing happened. I learned that this was not uncommon for our university, on top of victim blaming. The more I learned, the more deeply my fear ran. It was open season, and these bastards had full protection. We could not do a thing to get the guys like Fish Face off of our campus, and so I resigned myself to being followed by this fucker. Junior year came around, and initially, it seemed that Fish Face had given up. I could not have been more wrong. It was pointed out to me by friends who I knew about the stalking that he was in the background of my every move. Throughout the year, he got closer and closer, until it became worse than I'd ever dealt with before. I was a member of campus conservationalists, and we were selling reusable grocery bags in lieu of our state banning plastic bags. And then after about 45 minutes apiece, I glanced to my right. He was there, just around the corner, staring directly at me. Ice-cold fear ran down my spine, and my stomach dropped. I tore my gaze away and tried to hide my panic. He hadn't been this close to me since freshman year. There was no mistaking it. He was here for me and me alone. I texted my girlfriend, letting her know that what was happening. I'll be honest and say that the rest is a blur. I was too panicked to remember how we got back to my dorm safely. I thank God every day for my ultra protective girlfriend. Just 2 days after that, he appeared in the hallway outside of my class. It was just reaching the end and I was ready to call it a day. I glanced at my watch. It was 2:45 p.m. I wandered to the bathroom, ignoring Fish Face lurking in the corner. I did my business and approached the door. It began to open, so I called out, "Oh, I got it," and opened it for the next person. Fish Face. I felt my face go pale and my breath hitch. He stared directly at me with those creepy-ass blue eyes. His giant, floppy lips pulled into a small smirk before he turned and disappeared down the hall. My heart thumped in my chest as I re-entered the classroom. I felt myself shaking and tried to hide it. All that kept running through my head was, what was he doing? Why was he trying to get in the bathroom? I glanced down at my watch again and knew that I didn't have time to wait for my girlfriend as the class was minutes from ending. I asked the girl next to me to walk with me to my next class. She agreed without hesitation. She was a really sweet girl to begin with, and thank God for that. I finished my final class of the day and sped back to my dorm. I didn't get much sleep that night. I reported the incidences to security the next morning. I was met with the same pressing questions and doubts. I threw everything I had at them and asked them to watch the security cameras outside of my classroom to see him attempt to corner me in the bathroom. I had to threaten to contact state police before they relented and promised to investigate my claims. They informed me that no action would be taken. They said that they could find no evidence of the incidences. When questioned, Fish Face said that him appearing around my classrooms and frequented spots around campus was purely coincidental, and he felt so awkward that he was going through this again. I took my second semester off junior year for unrelated reasons, yet I am relieved to not be on campus with that creep. He is still there. The other victims have mostly transferred to other universities due to the college's general mistreatment and poor administration. I start my senior year this August at the same university. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if he's going to step up his game. I listen to enough true crime to know what could happen. It scares me, like few things ever have. So Fish Face, you disgusting motherfucker, let's not meet again. The worst 12 hours of my life. I've been meaning to post this here for a while. Wrote my first draft back in April, so it's taken a long time and a lot of therapy for me to be able to think about this experience. I've noticed how many people's stories take place over weeks, months, even years, so I'm here to tell you mine. 12 hours of my life. I managed to block out a lot of memories surrounding this night, but early this year, I was mugged and my PTSD returned, as did a lot of the missing memories of those 12 hours. This is the first time I'm telling anyone the full story of what happened to me. I haven't told my partner, my therapist, my parents. No one knows the details. If there's anything that should be taken away from my story, it's this. Remember that you don't need to be polite to everyone you meet. The setting. In October 2018, I was age 18, in my first year at university in a big city in the UK. I'd always lived in the countryside before this, so was never very street smart. About a year before I went to uni, I had started a relationship with this guy, Jimmy, now my ex. It was my first real relationship and I thought the world of him, but it was not reciprocated in a loving and compassionate way. Jimmy started off as a very emotionally abusive and got progressively worse, but that's a whole other story. At this point, Jimmy and I had been together just under a year and had applied to universities in the same city, mostly by coincidence, and both moved to the same city. I wanted to have a proper student life, so got an accommodation in a student block on the other side of the city to him. Jimmy had been using drugs for quite a while. Initially starting off just smoking weed, but this progressed rapidly, and by the time we were at uni, he was regularly doing a lot of hard drugs plus smoking weed multiple times a day. Honestly, I don't think he was ever not high. When we moved to university, we still saw each other every couple of days, and we found a regular drug dealer, Mark, that he had been using continually since we got there in September. Jimmy used to buy from Mark multiple times a week, so on a handful of occasions I had briefly met him, Mark lived a lot closer to my student accommodation than to Jimmy, so a couple of weeks before this all happened, Jimmy had started picking up drugs from Mark when he came to see me, meaning Mark would often be outside of my accommodation. Jimmy had asked me a few times if I would pick up the drugs he bought from Mark, but I had always felt weird speaking to Mark on my own, plus I rarely smoked weed, so I felt very weird picking up drugs in general. 6 p.m. One day at the end of October, Jimmy had plans to come and see me that evening, and asked me again if I would pick up some weed from Mark. I was in a good mood that day and feeling more confident than usual, so for the first time I agreed to. Jimmy gave me Mark's number and said that Mark would message me when he was on his way. Only around 10 minutes later, I got a message from Mark saying that he was nearly outside my apartment and I needed to go outside, so I did. Outside of my accommodation, there was a quieter area with a lot of benches, so I sat and waited for him. Behind me was only a wall and a small contained area that had all of the bins for the building. Out of nowhere, I felt someone's hands on my shoulder in a really weird, creepy way. I jumped, obviously, and realized it was Mark, who I barely recognized as I had only briefly seen him a couple of times. I realized now that my back had been to the wall in the bin storage, so he must have been waiting there. I was immediately on guard because of how he touched my shoulders, especially because I didn't know him, so shifted away from him as he sat down next to me. He began talking to me as if we were buddies, asking me 1,000,001 questions about myself, like deeply personal questions. The whole time I was deflecting, not wanting to give out any information, so started asking him questions instead. He began a really deep monologue about himself and his life, where he openly told me he had just gotten out of prison a few months before. It was for armed something, some kind of violent crime. I engaged his ramblings, just nodding along, but still trying to get back to the whole point of just picking up drugs from my boyfriend. 7 p.m. I've always been able to talk to anyone and was always taught to be nice when someone is talking, so I ended up sitting there for around an hour trying to get the conversation back to the reason I was there. Pick up drugs from my boyfriend and go. It was so long, it actually started getting dark. This guy just kept talking. I knew my boyfriend was going to be coming over soon, so I kept looking at my phone to see if he was on his way, but he hadn't replied. Eventually, I told Mark that I needed to get back inside as I was meeting up with my boyfriend soon, and then going clubbing after with some friends, so I needed to get ready. And could I just please pick up the drugs? He then said, "Oh, well, I can't give them to you here. There's CCTV everywhere. We can go inside so that I can give them to you." I had witnessed him giving my boyfriend drugs in the same spot countless times before, so I knew this was bullshit. I didn't want Mark to come back to my apartment, so I told him that we could go into the lobby of my building where there was a disabled bathroom, and he could give me to them there. He agreed and followed me inside. We went into the bathroom. It was a very large bathroom, so I didn't have to be close to him, and he locked the door behind us. He then began fiddling with something in his pocket, I assumed the drugs, but instead pulled down his trousers fully and started peeing into the toilet. I was hugely freaked out. This guy just presented his dick to me and began peeing, but I rationalized that there was no way he had any sexual motive because he had met me and my boyfriend together, so knew I was in a relationship. I figured he just really needed to pee. I just kept my eyes shut the whole time, and when he flushed, I thought that finally he would give me the drugs that I was here to collect. This whole thing had been going on for about an hour and a half at this point. He said, "I really want to roll myself a joint, but there's no space in here to do it. Can I come and roll it on your desk and then I'll give you Jimmy's stuff?" I asked again if he could just give it to me now, and he said no, saying that I was being rude for not inviting him in. By this point, I was wanting to get ready to go out with my friends later that evening, and knew my boyfriend would be coming by any minute, so figured it'd be okay even though I didn't want to do this. It's worth noting that I was emotionally abused by my boyfriend and knew he would be mad at me if I didn't collect his drugs, or if I annoyed Mark because he was his favorite dealer. I honestly figured that Mark was harmless, despite him telling me he was a violent criminal, FML, and just assured myself that he was only a bit creepy. It'd be fine. 8 p.m. Reluctantly, I took Mark up to my apartment, opened the door and let him in. I said he had to roll his joint fast because I had to get ready. Finally, he gave me the drugs that my boyfriend wanted, so I felt better at that point. He walked over to my desk, moved all the things to the side and sat down, getting out the things to roll his joint. I cannot roll a joint, but I've seen Jimmy do it countless times, so no, it doesn't take me more than a minute or so. Mark keeps trying to talk to me, but at this point, my answers are getting shorter and shorter. He rolls this joint so slowly I could not even describe it. He then said, "Well, I can't smoke this outside, so Is it cool if I just stay here and smoke it? It'll only take 5 minutes to smoke. I said no and told him again that I had to get ready. He replied, "It's okay, you can get ready with me in here." By this point, I was over it. Messaged my boyfriend again to tell him to hurry up. Mark asked me again, and in my frustration and wanting this guy out of my apartment, I just said, "Okay, sure, but be quick." I then went out my room into the shared kitchen. I only had 2 flatmates, and no one else was in the apartment that night. Grabbed some wine and a glass so that I could have some solitary pre-drinks and return to my room. I sat for another 15 minutes before increasingly less polite, but he kept talking to me. I drank my first glass of wine pretty fast and just decided if Mark was going to take ages, then I would just get ready to go out with my friends. I told him that as soon as he finished smoking, he could just leave on his own, so I left with him, sat at my desk, took some clothes into the bathroom, and jumped into the shower. 9 p.m. Maybe a minute or so into my shower, I heard some soft footsteps outside the door, and like a scene from a freaking horror movie, I saw the door handle slowly be pushed down. Thank fuck I remembered to lock the door. All of a sudden, Mark began banging on the door. I turned the shower off and just said, hi, through the door. He shouted through the door, asking me to let him in because he needed to pee again. I obviously said no, and just got dried and dressed. Thankfully, I took clothes to the bathroom as fast as I could. By this point, I figured there was no way he was going to leave my apartment until I did, so I did my makeup as fast as I physically could and messaged my friends that I'd be coming to theirs sooner than I had planned. I still hadn't gotten a reply from my boyfriend, so I just told him that I was going out early and not to come over. I got ready to go and told Mark that I was leaving now, and he needed to come downstairs with me. He was still sat at my desk and ignored what I was saying. He asked if he could stay in my room while I was out because he was tired and wanted a nap. Finally, I was firm with him, and after a lot of convincing, he left with me. I made sure to order an Uber to my friend's place so that he couldn't try and walk with me, and by the time we got outside, my Uber was nearly there. He stood with me, looking over my shoulder at my phone the whole time. Then the Uber arrived. I got into it, and Mark straight up walked around the other side and got in. I was in disbelief and laughed, then told the Uber driver that I didn't know who this guy was, and that he wasn't getting in with me. The Uber driver was not as polite as me and told Mark to get out, and he did. 10 p.m. I sat there on the way to my friend's house and finally felt calm that I had gotten away from Mark. I called my friend from the Uber and told her what happened, so she said she would come outside of her building to get me with a group of her flatmates. My friend's accommodation was not far from mine, and took longer to get to by car than on foot because of the one-way system in the city. But I didn't care at this point. Maybe 10 to 15 minutes later I arrived, and my friend came over to my Uber, then brought me back to her group of friends. She had quite a few people with her, and I suddenly noticed that one of her male flatmates was talking to someone slightly away from the group. I looked over and suddenly realized he was talking to Mark. I guess he was looking at the address when I had the Uber app open earlier. I whispered to my friend and she freaked out and went inside with me straight away. I was super freaked out that this guy wouldn't just leave me alone. He refused to leave my side for the last few hours, and now he had followed me to my friend's house. Honestly, I felt much safer now and met a few creeps in my time, so just decided to get over with it by having a nice time with my friends. So we sat in our kitchen having a chat and some drinks. 11 p.m. After a while talking to her, I almost forgot what had happened just an hour ago and was getting increasingly tipsy from the wine. The kitchen door opened and her male flatmate comes inside, announcing that he invited a guy in who gave him some free weed. You guessed it, Mark walked in. Mark addressed me by name and walked over, putting his hands around my waist from behind. I get pretty confident when I drink, so had no problem pushing him off me and announcing to everyone in a jokey way, "Yeah, this is the guy who has been following me around all evening. I don't even know him." Even in this room with all of my friends' flatmates, I still didn't feel safe. He stayed away from me, looking at me for a while from the other side of the kitchen, and I just ignored him. My friend could tell I was uncomfortable, so we suggested we go for a drink in a room. Around 30 minutes after going into her room, the door slams open suddenly, and Mark is standing there. He says, "Oh, I was looking for the bathroom. Can I use yours?" My friend, who isn't in suit, she tells him to get the fuck out, and he does. I'm honestly just bored of this guy's constant presence at this point, so we decided to just go to the club early. 12 p.m. We grab our stuff, run past the kitchen door and outside. My friend orders an Uber, and we get in and go to the club. After a while, some of our flatmates join us, but Mark does not. Thank fuck. The people who had been in the kitchen said that Mark left shortly after he saw me and my friend leave, but there was no sign of him now. I just try and enjoy the night, but being a poor student, I can't afford any more drinks at the club. As I begin to sober up, I realize how shaken up and creeped out the whole evening made me, and I don't feel safe. 2 a.m. After only a couple of hours, I decided that I just want to go home and sleep because this whole experience freaked me the fuck out. I take an Uber back, use my key card to get into my apartment building, go upstairs and into my apartment. I started getting ready for bed, put on some pajamas, and started taking off my makeup. All of a sudden, I heard a loud knock on my door. I had no clue who it was, but since it was still early-ish for a Friday night, I thought my boyfriend maybe finally decided to show up. My door didn't have a peephole, so I walked to the door in my PJs, unlocked it, planning to open it a tiny bit to see who it was, and then bam! The door flew open so fast that I was pushed backwards into my apartment and then shoved into my room, which was directly across from the front door. In my panic, I froze, then looked up only to realize that Mark was now standing in my apartment. The realization started to sink in. Mark had just forced his way into my room, and I was trapped here with him. He was visibly angry and very high. He locked the door behind him and began rambling about how I was so rude for not inviting him in with my friends, for ignoring him, for not letting me in the Uber, etc. I was terrified, so ran over to my bed and grabbed my phone. He walked over behind me and began grabbing me, touching me as much as he could, so I shouted at him to get off. He saw my phone in my hand and immediately smiled. He told me to open the camera. I was terrified, so I did as he said, and he said he wanted a picture of us together. I did as I was told and took a selfie with him while he posed with his arms around me and then kissing my cheek and my neck. He then screamed at me to unlock my phone, so I did. He made me open up my messages and send Jimmy the selfie of me and Mark sat next to each other on the bed, so I did. He waited for it to send and then grabbed my phone and put it down on the desk. He sat at my desk for the next 4 to 5 hours, talking at me continually, saying how I was so rude, I needed someone to teach me some manners, how I had to do what he said because he was older than me, how Jimmy wasn't good enough for me, how I was so beautiful, and how he knew that I needed to be with him. He told me that his girlfriend knew he had been at my house that evening, and now she said he couldn't go home, and it was all my fault. The whole time I continued bargaining with him, trying to get him to leave, but it didn't work. Occasionally, I would just lie down on my bed or sit and not speak. Each time I did, he would get up and wrap his arms around me, or try and spoon me, stroking my face, trying to kiss me, and trying to take my clothes off and touch me. Every time I fought him off, and he would get angry again, and go and sit at the desk and keep shouting. I knew that this guy had previously been in prison for some kind of violent crime, so I did not want to piss him off. I just sat there for hours and quietly sobbed, too scared of trying to leave because I would have to walk past him to get to the door. I was out of options. I didn't know if I could get out without angering him. I couldn't call the police because he had my phone. My flatmates weren't in, so my screams meant nothing. 6 a.m. While he was at my desk, he kept smoking more weed or taking a line of whatever drug, so he was becoming more and more out of it. He was becoming more sleepy as he smoked more weed until I was able to speak between his ramblings, so I gently said I was going to the bathroom. I noticed he had his eyes partially closed and I figured I only had one chance, so I took the opportunity and grabbed my phone off the desk as fast as I could, unlocked the door, and ran out the apartment. The one thing I will always remember is being in tears, pressing the button for the elevator to come probably about 50 times because I was so scared that he was going to come after me. As I got into the elevator, I heard him come out of my apartment, shouting my name, but the elevator doors closed as he looked at me. I was able to get downstairs and out of the building. I ran around the corner of the building in my PJs and maniacally dialed the number for the police, told them what happened and that this guy had been in prison until recently. The next thing I knew, around 5 police cars showed up. I was in such a state and called my boyfriend to tell him what happened. He was still awake and hadn't come to visit the night before because he was with a girl who was a friend, and said that he didn't want to come here with me because he said he had some weed on him and didn't want to be near the police. I told him to get to my place right now, and he reluctantly did. The aftermath. The police had to force entry to my apartment because Mark had locked himself in and barricaded the door. They arrested him and he ended up going to prison for drug charges, but not for what he tried to do to me. The police said they couldn't prosecute him because I had willingly let him into my apartment earlier in the night, and he hadn't physically done anything, SA an attempted R word, plus holding me hostage in my own apartment, but okay. After I'd given my statements to the police, I went back inside to see after I escaped my room was trashed. Mark had thrown things around and smashed things in anger. I'm so glad I got out when I did because I can't imagine what would have happened if I was trapped in the crossfire. I don't know what happened to Mark after that, but I moved out of that apartment a couple of months later and away from that city as soon as I could when COVID hit to make sure Mark could never find me. I actually stayed in my abusive relationship for another year or so until I realized that I was too good to put up with Jimmy's shit. I had such severe PTSD from the incident that I couldn't go outside for months after, which messed up the whole of my first year of university. It has taken until now for me to be able to walk around at night, and being alone in public is still really difficult. I'm well aware that the ending is very anticlimactic, and I wish I had been able to advocate for myself, but I just shut down emotionally afterwards. I can't get too much into the details of the essay and attempted R word because, honestly, thinking about it makes me want to throw up, but I realized I was lucky to be able to fight him off every time because without a doubt he wanted to hurt me. After this all happened, I started volunteering with people in prison for crimes like SA to try and prevent them from ever reoffending. I think it is my way for advocating for others because I couldn't advocate for myself. If you take one thing away from this, stop being so polite. I was raised to be nice to everyone, and I realize now that being polite worsened everything. I wish I had never been polite enough to pick up drugs for my ex, or polite enough to let Mark into my apartment when he begged. So to Mark, fuck you. And please, let's not meet again. Help me. I'm lost. This is my first post and is a true story. I was living in a rural area in Oklahoma with my mother at a small lake house, and I'm probably 10 to 11 at this time. One night I'm sleeping in my room when I randomly and abruptly wake up for no reason. This was not normal for me, and I felt very uneasy. The only sound I could hear was my mother snoring in the next room on the couch. I rolled over and tried to go back to sleep, but my need to use the bathroom was growing more urgent, so I grudgingly forced myself to head that way. The bathroom is on the other side of the house, around a corner and past the kitchen, and finally down a long hallway on the right. So after I made the trip and finished my business, I flipped off the light switch and started heading back to bed. That's when I heard the distinct click of the light switch, and I saw the glow of the bathroom light in the hallway. Terrified, I slowly turned around just to witness the light in the bathroom start clicking on and off. Click, 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 click. Finally, it shut it completely off. In the dark of the hallway, my eyes began to make out a white shape near the end of the hall. It was around my size and crouched to the floor. At this point, I'm frozen to the spot as my mind begins realizing that no one else is home except for my mom and myself. Then the white shape began whispering in a quiet man's voice, "Help me, I'm lost." I remember wanting to scream for my mom, but I couldn't, and instead I barely said, "No." Before this thing starts running at me on what sounded like all fours, I quickly ran through the kitchen and around the corner before running to my sleeping mother, shaking her awake. I remember saying, "It's coming, it's coming," my mother's eyes going from dazed to alert in an instant. She asked me what was going on, and I saw her eyes look over my shoulder before she screamed. Remembering her scream still makes my blood run cold. Never had I heard pure terror like that in my life, even to this day. She grabs me by the arms and pulls me into the room and slams the door. She holds me in her arms with her back pressed against the door as we listen. It sounded like this thing was running around in circles in the kitchen. We could hear its hands and feet slapping against the tile. The kitchen had a sliding glass door to the outside, which sounded like it was thrown open then slammed. We sat there, horrified, until daybreak. I was sent to my grandmother's in the next town for a while after that, and never set foot in that house again. Years later, my mother said she went walking around the property after the incident and came across a small burial site with 3 headstones that each belonged to children from the early 1900s. It freaks me out because what I heard that night was a man's voice, but it was so unnatural. My mom still will not tell me what she saw behind me and what it was that made her scream. She tells me she's afraid it will know we're talking about it and it will come back. This is the first of many weird things that have happened in my life. A true, very creepy surveillance story. So first of all, I only just discovered this subreddit today, which reminded me of something that happened to me in 2008. This was a huge thing in my friends and family, and I didn't really talk about it back then as it scared the fuck out of me. But it was a while ago and is a really well-known creepy story among myself and my friends and family. But I think I may as well share it, as it is admittedly terrifying. I was living with my parents and sister in Brisbane, Australia at the time, 2008, which means I was 19. I remember my dad had just got a Foxtel, cable TV in Australia, but only the TV in the lounge room could use the cable box, and I really wanted to somehow get the cable in my room without paying $99 or whatever for a new box. So Dad one day went out and bought an AV transmitter/receiver. It was basically a two-piece bit of hardware where you could plug this tiny box into the cable TV in the lounge room and it would transmit a video signal to the receiver, connected to the TV in my room. So one Saturday, I decided to connect it. This is a picture I took of the setup when I was telling a friend the story. My younger sister, 16 at the time, was the only other person home at the time, upstairs in her room. My room was downstairs. I opened the box and connected it up. At first, I was going back and forth, trying to get the cables right, trying to get the channel right, etc., but no luck until I finally got something. I remember just sitting there and something started fuzzing in. This is where things start to feel like a horror movie. I remember thinking, oh, here we go, and waiting to see the picture come in clearly. As it started fuzzing in, I remembered that this whole time the cable set top box wasn't even on, and that's why it wasn't working this whole time. But then why was I getting a signal? It seemed to all hit me at once. As I realized the box was off, the picture fuzzed in, and I saw a bed. First picture I took. I freaked the fuck out, as at first I thought it was my bed. I had recently seen Saw 2 and remembered that scene where she turns on the TV and it's a camera filming her in her own apartment. That was the first thing I thought of. I sprinted upstairs to my sister, absolutely terrified. I told her to come down and take a look. She came down and we both realized it wasn't my bed. We didn't know whose bed it was or how I was getting the signal. Obviously, it was the AV receiver picking up a camera signal, but we were just so confused as to who/what it was for. Eventually, my parents came home, and we concluded that it would have to be a neighbor or someone living close by for us to be receiving the signal. We waited around until about 6 p.m., and then someone came into the room. My dad recognized it as one of our neighbors. We still didn't know what the camera was for, but we assumed it had something to do with fidelity. Either his wife or he had set it up to watch the other and see if they were cheating. Either this or it was to tape themselves having sex. We entertained the idea that he was a murderer and would film himself murdering people in his room, but just to freak each other out. We'd always make jokes about how one night we'll turn it on and it'll just be a face with a clown makeup, staring at the camera waving, and then him walking to the bedroom with a knife. This never happened. But what did happen was still super creepy. We connected to the signal for over a week, but after a few days, the novelty kind of worn off. We felt a bit weird watching it and just reassigned to the explanation that it was to catch his wife cheating. Until one day, we turned it on and realized what we had discovered. Our neighbors were having a bunch of renovations done into their house. During weekdays, they'd be out, and there would be workers at the place pretty much all day. It had been like this for over a month. We started watching the feed and saw a man walk into the room. It was the plumber that had been there regularly for the renovations. We didn't think anything of it until he started opening drawers. I called out to my mom, only person home at the time, and we started watching it. He started getting the wife's underpants and sniffing them, doing all that creepy shit. At first we were like, oh my god, how embarrassing he's being filmed. Will the neighbors see this somehow? And then what happened next was truly terrifying. He slowly walks over to the camera and looked right down the fucking lens. We were convinced that he knew we were watching. Mom immediately called Dad. I kept watching. He started fiddling with it and then put it back down. I told Mom that I don't think he knew we were watching, but he's definitely the guy that put the camera there. Dad came home, and by this time the plumber had left, much to Mom's pleading. Dad went over to the neighbors to tell them what we saw. Mom wanted to completely stay out of it and was terrified, understandably. When we told the neighbors, they had no idea what we were talking about. They allowed Dad to go up to their room, and what we found, that was holding the camera, was an installed device in the wall that was designed to monitor water usage, which was completely normal at the time as Brisbane had been hit with a drought recently and there were lots of water restrictions. Still is now, I think. The plumber had installed this into the wall, but had fitted a camera behind it in the wall to watch the bed. Immediately, they called the police, who came over and conducted an investigation. For the next week or so, we didn't hear much about it. I spent most of this time just telling my friends, showing them pictures, but truthfully, my whole family was scared every night. It was just very creepy thinking that we could have stuff like that hidden in our house. Chances are we didn't, but it was still really scary. After a couple of weeks, my mom was speaking to the wife next door and asked what happened with it all. The wife said that the police found out he would, at nights, come to our street and sit in his car, which had really tinted windows, and watch them on his laptop. When Mom told me this, I got the biggest shivers. The reason was, besides the obvious of a creepy dude sitting in his car watching people through a hidden camera, was because on multiple nights, when I had driven home late from the girlfriend's house or walked home drunk after a night out, I remember seeing a station wagon. Don't know if that's what they're called outside of Australia, but it's like a big hatchback car. Always about 30 meters down the street from our house. It was never there during the day, always at night. I'd always walk past it and look at my reflection in the windows, assuming no one was inside. I was always so confused by whose car it was, but literally never thought it was anything. It still scared me so much that it was just this creepy fucking plumber sitting back in there on a laptop, watching a hidden camera stream of my neighbors. Anyway, that's my story. It's all true. It still creeps me out to this day, but my friends and I have a good laugh about it. Home Alone. True story. While growing up, I often had opportunities to stay home alone when I was younger, since my mother and father were forced to travel because their parents were ill and lived overseas, and my much older siblings wouldn't get off work until at least an hour or two after I finished school. I was used to being home alone, and actually enjoyed it. One Saturday when I was 12, my parents had to go to a funeral for an old friend in the next city. My brother had already moved out by then, and my sister was nowhere to be found, so my parents decided to leave me home alone for the entire day. I was so excited. Being home alone for a whole day meant I could blast music and spend as much time as I wanted on the computer. When my brother moved out, we converted his bedroom, the last one at the end of the hallway, into an office, and my computer was in there. We still had dial-up internet at the time, so my parents added an extra phone line in the house so I would stop taking up their line. I ran into the office to use what I called my personal phone line to call my friend who lived a few streets over to see if she wanted to come hang out. She was really upset. She told me she was having boyfriend problems and needed someone to talk to, so she'd be right over. I thought to myself, girl talk means we need a good treat, and ran to the office so that I could go check out what was in the kitchen. That's when I saw her. A pale woman, dressed all in black, with a black bun on her head. Her head tilted as I ran by the corner. I couldn't really see her eyes, but for some reason, I remember thinking that she was smiling. I got some serious chills and felt instantly frozen, but I ignored it, thinking I was paranoid from being alone all day, and ran down the stairs. I couldn't believe my imagination was playing tricks on itself like that. I called my friend to see if she had left yet, and since no one answered the phone at her house, I figured she had. Something still didn't feel right, so I put on my jacket and headed out of the driveway to wait for her. When she arrived, she asked me what I was doing outside. I said, something weird just happened, but I'll tell you over hot chocolate. And we went inside, took off our coats, and drank our hot chocolate in the kitchen, while she told me about her problems she was having with her boyfriend. Since both her boyfriend and I had webcams, we knew we had friends over, we went into my computer room upstairs to call him and see if him and his friends wanted to web chat with us. While she was on the phone with him, I was talking to his friend on the computer and setting up my webcam. While my friend was on the phone, she turned around and looked out the door into the hallway. She told her boyfriend that she'd have to call him back. She looked at me, wide-eyed and white-faced, and said, "There's a woman in your hallway wearing a black dress." I got up from my computer chair and closed the door without looking into the hallway. I frantically tried to remember if I had told her why I was outside when she got there. I then asked her, "Didn't I mention that when you got here?" And she said no. And I said, "How was her hair?" My friend said, "In a bun." We both freaked out, opened the door, made sure the coast was clear, and bolted down the stairs. I called my parents and told them I was going to my friend's house, but they told me they were here a few minutes away and insisted that I wasn't leaving the house. When they got home, I told them what happened, but they didn't believe me. For the next few days, I kept thinking I was seeing her, but I wasn't sure if it was my imagination because I was scared or because she was really there. Weird things happened too, like the calendar in my bedroom would be upside down when I got home from school, or things would go missing from my room. Eventually, these weird occurrences stopped, but a couple of months later, we adopted a 2-year-old cat. From the moment she was brought home, all the way up to today, she has 3 or 4 random corners of the house that she meows at constantly, and every once in a while, after meowing at a particular spot, she shrieks and runs away as fast as she can. One of those spots is in my bedroom, and lately, she's been meowing at it every night. The marketplace deal that almost trapped me. I was browsing Marketplace when I came across an ad for an SUV, a Saturn Vue in great condition, but here's the kicker. It was priced at about 50% below market value. I thought, this has to be a scam, but curiosity got the better of me. The ad had a phone number, so I called it. A young guy picked up, sounding friendly enough, and went on about how the vehicle was in perfect shape. When I asked why he was selling it, he mumbled something about wanting something sportier. Yeah, right, I thought, but I was intrigued enough to agree to go check it out. That's when things got weird. He insisted I bring cash. A dark feeling crept over me, a warning sign, but I brushed it off. I had the money, and against my better judgment, I bought it. As I drove to the address he'd given me, that uneasy feeling turned into full-blown dread. I was literally seconds away from pulling into the house when I called him again to confirm. His first question, "Do you have cash?" My gut twisted. I answered yes, but something told me not to park in front of the house. Instead, I parked a block up the street and decided to wait. I sat there for a few minutes, looking around. There was no Saturn Vue in sight, no signs of any vehicle for sale. The street was eerily quiet, almost too still. Then, out of nowhere, a white Audi station wagon slowed down in front of the house. Inside, I saw a group of young men, all of them scanning the area. They looked tense, on edge, as if they were searching for someone or something. They didn't spot me, tucked away further up the street. I watched as they crept slowly past the house, their eyes darting around, until they finally drove past me. They didn't suspect I was sitting there with a fat envelope of cash. I could feel my heart pounding as I watched them drive away. It all felt wrong, very wrong. My gut had been screaming at me from the start, but now I knew this wasn't about a car. This was about setting someone up for something much worse. I drove home, feeling both ashamed that I'd let it get this far, and grateful that nothing had happened. Yet. Later, I contacted the police. I gave them the ad number, the phone number, and told them exactly what had happened. I insisted they do something before someone got hurt. Days passed, and to my knowledge, they did nothing. Then, the news broke. Story after story surfaced of people being lured by ads just like the one I saw, told to bring cash, only to be threatened with guns or knives and robbed of their money. No descriptions of the perpetrators were ever given, just vague warnings telling people to be careful. Even now, I wonder what might have happened if I had pulled up to that house. What if I had ignored my gut feeling completely and walked right into whatever they had planned? All I know is, sometimes a great deal isn't worth the risk. Trust your Reds. OP is scared about his daughter's imaginary friend. Posted on r/paranormalencounters. The first post read as, "I am worried about my daughter's safety." Posted on March 5th, 2021. Hello. I couldn't sleep, so I thought now would be a good time to post this. So I have a 8-year-old daughter. I will be calling her Liana for the sake of my child's privacy. I am a single father, and it hasn't always been easy, but we have managed. Before the start of the pandemic, we had moved into a new house in northern Germany, which is close to my parents. Soon after we settled in, Liana started to tell me about her new friend, quickly telling me only she could see him. I brushed it off as she had always been creative, and since we were under lockdown, I thought it was normal. Especially since one of her friend's son also had an imaginary friend. Throughout the next few months, she would tell me about him, how he would come to play with her once I put her to bed, and he knew magic, and how his favorite color was blue. I started to get a little worried, as she seemed to know a lot about this friend. At first, I just thought it was because she was missing her real friends and my parents, so I started to spend even more time with her, even doing my work hours beforehand so I could spend the rest of the day with her. But she still kept talking about this friend. But everything changed 2 nights back. I had woken up randomly around 3 a.m. I could just feel something wasn't right. So I got up and went to go check on Liana. She was sleeping in her bed, though her blankets were a little different than how I had left her. I figure she had just moved. But as I was leaving, just in the corner of my eye, I saw a figure in the window that looks out into the woods outside of our home. I looked at it for a good 2 minutes before it simply disappeared. I really couldn't figure out what it was. Some part of me was thinking it was my eyes playing tricks on me. But that day, I asked her to draw me a picture of him. And after 20 or so minutes, she gave me this. I don't even know what to make of it, to be real with you. I sent it to my mom in the single dad group I am in, and they all said it was scary as hell. I really don't know what to do at this point. I am becoming worried for my child. I am just hoping this really just is her mind, but I do not know anymore. Any suggestions or tips would be helpful, as I am also worried I am overreacting. In the picture his daughter drew him is what I assume to be the daughter on the right-hand side, and then this figure with long fingers or nails and long toenails as well. Very, very creepy photo. And then there was some comments that people had on the post for OP. So one of the comments read, in some old German books, like from Johann Weir, written in medieval German, a Widding is a child-thieving ghost/demon who steals them away from their family, like a fae or like Baby Yaga. It's evil, must be invited in, and they do no magic. Look at the picture. Blonde hair, yellow eyes, long nails, tall, and very evil. I'm writing encyclopedias on demonology and supernatural. That's why I know. I'll look up the books it's in and try to take pictures. I have over 4,000 research books on the subject, so it may take a while. Keep her near you always. And then the OP responds to this strange comment. I don't think there's a way to describe my emotions at this moment. I haven't heard of this even when I looked up the name to try and get an idea of what it meant. I feel like I am going to pass out. My baby told me she invited him into the house. Please, please, I am begging you to send me anything you have. I'll take anything. And then the OP comments on his post again, saying, if I'm being honest, that has been keeping me up most of the night. The thought of anyone really being around my child when I'm not there scares me. I am a very rational person, but after reading some of the comments, I'm definitely going to look into more paranormal aspects of this, especially how to make a very good point in this matter. There is still some part of me holding out on the overactive imagination, because that's something I know I can handle, even if that's just finding safe ways to get out of the house more. But I'm worried if it's not, what I'm even going to do. I don't have the finances to move or even stay in a hotel for a long amount of time. Should be up in an hour or so. And I do intend to have a conversation with her and try to piece some things together. I have seriously thought about getting a nanny cam, even before this, as she is a very active girl and has a few incidences where she needed some help after climbing onto something. And then the OP goes to another subreddit, r/mediums, and posts, I'm worried about my daughter's safety. He posted that on March 5th, 2021. And the post reads as follows. So, someone told me it might be a good idea to do this. My 8-year-old daughter has an imaginary friend, who is in the pictures above. He only comes to play with her at night, once I'd put her to bed. And he comes into her room according to her. I had a very serious conversation with her today, as I'm very worried as I fully believe I saw something outside of her window 2 nights ago. I just want some help for my daughter. She said his name is Wittig. I did a little digging, and it's an extremely old German name, which makes a little sense as we are from northern Germany, and we currently live here as well. But she's never been exposed to that name before, and I know no one in my family named that. All this started after we moved into our current home. If anyone could help me, I would deeply appreciate it. I have been told my child might be sensitive herself, but I don't know much on these things. And then someone replies to the post saying, child therapist here. This has red flags all over it. Get a bunch of flour and pour it all over the ground by her window. See if you can catch any footprints. Imaginary friends are more common for younger kids. By 8, she should be moving on to more age-appropriate peer play. I'm a believer in the afterworld, but we need to rule out physical causes too.
I would highly recommend finding a trauma therapist specializing in play therapy to do an assessment. Meet with the therapist alone first to explain what is going on. I've worked on cases like this before and never found a physical cause. Determined and agreed it to be a spiritual form. Worked with a kiddo on expressing feelings about the figure/setting boundaries, how to cope if there's fear, etc. But not every therapist has an open mind. And then someone else comments on the thread saying, "What has she described their playtime being like?" And then the OP responds saying, "From what I can understand, it varies from playing with her toys to going outside and playing a game called Hidden. When I asked her what that was, she said it was a secret game, and that I can't play it or it wouldn't be a secret anymore." And then the original person who prompted the thread replied saying, "Okay, secret game does not feel like a good thing. This feels manipulative." And then the OP says, "I know. I am trying to get a bit more out of her after school. I don't think he think she in trouble." And then the person replies, "Yeah, tread lightly. I think you have the right mind frame and best interest for your daughter. You've got this." And then another response to the post. Someone says, "I would rule out the physical, then do quite a few things. Use the flour inside all the windows, or use baking powder. It can double as air freshener. Once you rule out a living person, in fact, whether or not you rule out a living person, secure that window. Spray the panes with salt water, the door sills and the window sills, all of them, without spraying the inside door entrances. Do not tell your daughter what you are doing or why. There is no point in frightening her or making her feel bad. Verbally refuse him permission to enter your home. Announce that no energy, living or deceased, is allowed in your home without your express knowledge and permission. Tell him the hidden game is not allowed. Ask for the help of archangels to remove him. They seldom act without being asked. If Michael is asked, and Wicked is not a positive energy, consign him to Michael to do what Source wishes to do with him. Forbid him to play the hidden game, aloud and firmly. If he needs help, Michael will help if he is asked. If you need someone to intervene and the local medium is not available, I will help if sent a private message or a chat request. All offers of help in this sub must be offered free, so that is assured. It is a good sign that she is not frightened, but as a mama bear who is a medium, I, like you, investigate and protect my children in any way needed. I did not tell them what I was doing. There was no point in informing them when they were small. Follow the directions of smudging your home and follow those exact same steps with salt. What I saw was a blonde man, perhaps middle ages, straight hair that is dirty, wearing tattered clothes and a leather apron around his waist, 30 to 35. Leather shoes that are tied to his calves. He seems to have dried blood around his abdominal area. He had other wounds. But your daughter does not see that. I believe he died defending his home. He seems to be a human spirit. He was outside and attacked. He raised pigs. He farmed. He was outside the window because you did not allow him inside the home. Custom would dictate he can only cross your threshold as an invited guest. He would need to enter through the front door. So the fact he uses a window bothers me. He appears disheveled in the sense he appears to be a man whose hands and clothing are soiled from working outdoors. He can only enter with permission. Deny him permission. It is a good idea to involve a medium there locally. It is even better not to warn Wittig or your daughter. If he has her best interests at heart, a medium will be able to sort that out. The hidden game concerns me. He knows better. Forbid him to play it. It may have been a way he taught his children to hide from raiders. However, your daughter should not be hiding from you. Sometimes souls refuse to cross over, and they are trapped in loneliness. Their desire is to feel something, overcomes their judgment that is inappropriate to approach a young child. I saw souls at your daughter's age. I was seldom frightened. However, I had ancestors guarding my family. Usually these souls want help, or at least sense they exist. Children have bright and beautiful souls. They are much more accepting than adults. This soul needs help.
but not from a child. If he can be crossed over, it would be best for all concerned. If he does not appear to be untidy, I would be more inclined to believe he was a spirit guide. I do not see that being the case. I wish you and your daughter the best in life. I am so glad that you listen to her and that she tells you what she experiences. You may have a psychic child on your hands. Many blessings, sir. A parent's love is the strongest love that exists. And that post was from a psychic, I guess, who believes they could see the man that was visiting his daughter, which I don't know if you guys believe. I would call it kind of BS, but I thought it was worth noting for this thread. Anyways, to another post OP posted. I'm worried for my daughter's safety update. Posted on March 9th, 2021. So after a bit of a delay, the update. I think it should state the reason for the disappearance. Through a comment given to me by a response, I was informed that it is a demon ghost, whatever you want to call it, that is known to steal children. Without saying, they sent me into a state of panic as I would like to think any other parent would feel. I didn't leave her side until she left today. She was supposed to leave on Monday for my parents' house, but something came up and we had to wait until today. Without saying, I collapsed shortly after she left. I hadn't slept more than 40 minutes every night. Before I go into our conversation, I'm getting the house completely cleansed by a Catholic priest. He's coming over tomorrow and then plan to have the place cleared out with sage. And I'm doing basically everything I've been told to do. Even planning to get a rose quartz gem to place outside her window. She is very much aware that something is wrong at this point, as I had her sleep in my room for the last few days and could tell I got very paranoid at night. I told her that there have been a few burglaries in the area and was just worried. I also plan to be getting a nanny cam for her room just as extra security, just in case it doesn't leave after all of this. The original post I'd meant to share. This morning, after she woke up and ate breakfast, I decided to sit her down and ask her about her friend, mostly asking simple questions. The main ones were, what was his name? Has he ever asked you to do bad things like hurt herself or me? And if she was scared of him. She told me he said to call him Wittig, which is a name I've genuinely never heard of in my life, and that he never told her to do anything bad or hurt herself or me. Like I said, I was informed that this is a demonic entity that steals children, and she's only ever been scared of him once. Of course, I asked why, and she proceeded to tell a story of when he started to come over to play. She said it's a few hours after I put her to bed, and she was having a hard time falling asleep, but she noticed something outside and had gotten up to investigate. Apparently, he slowly started to move to the window until he was right in front of it and just stared at her. Like he was, in her words, very sad and upset. So, of course, being the sweetheart child, she wrote a small note and pressed it to the window asking if he was okay. And apparently, he shook his head no. She somehow managed to open the window a little bit and then asked why. She was told it was because he was very scared of the dark and had no one to play with. So, of course, she offered to play with him. He told her he would look like that, but before he could, she had to invite him inside, which she did. This is when I start getting scared. She said after she did, he smiled and pushed the window open and crawled in on all fours, which made her very scared, and she started to cry. But apparently he comforted her and then did a magic trick. I, of course, asked her what the trick was, and she said he made all of the lights turn on in their room to show her he wasn't scary. I started to ask her more and what other magic tricks he had done, and they ranged from making flowers appear to taking both of the outside. Apparently, he also likes to show her the stars and moons, which is why she added them in her drawing. I'm starting to believe the latter, that this isn't just an imaginary friend. The amount of detail she went into constantly referring to him being real, and just many other things. I am just glad she's out of the house until Thursday. I think it is very pissed off with me though. Starting a night ago, I woke up with huge scratches on my arms and horrific headaches which I've never had before. as well as having very strange issues while trying to translate this, having a bunch of random ones scattered throughout my writing. At this point, the pain doesn't really bother me. It's more of the fear of it trying to get to my daughter again. I don't know if I should tell her the creature's origins or if I should wait until she is much older to explain this to her. I will be trying to keep everyone updated, but tomorrow is going to be an extremely busy day, as I also plan to go to a crystal shop and just ask what crystals would be best to protect her. And we have never heard from the OP again. And wow, that is a terrifying story. To think, either way, whether you believe in the paranormal or the real, both ones are terrifying with how this is outlined. If it is real and some man is coming to his daughter's window every night and asking to be let in, that is obviously horrifically terrifying. And if this is some sort of paranormal entity that is possibly going to steal his daughter, that is also horrifically scary. I don't know what happened, and like I said, we've never heard from the OP again. But hopefully, OP and his daughter are safe. On to the next one. My stepfather killed my mother and then committed S-word. I don't know what to do. I don't really know what to say. The police just showed up in front of my door and told me my stepfather killed my mother. Thursday, July 23rd, 2020. I know this doesn't sound real. I have my boyfriend and my best friend here. I've known this for about 2.5 hours. It still doesn't seem real. I don't really know what I want to accomplish with this post, but I swear it is real. It's 3:51 a.m. in Berlin right now. We were trying to finish watching the movie that we started before the police rang at my door. I don't know what to do. Edit. The police just called me. My stepfather committed S-word. I wish I could destroy him. Right now, I just feel empty. And also, before I continue on with the story, I'm not saying S-word to be disrespectful. I just have to say that in order for you guys to even see this video, go to the Patreon for uncensored videos and that sort of stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Not trying to be disrespectful, but just have to preface that before I finish on with this story. And anyways, the OP edited the post again, so edit 2. I don't even know why I'm posting here. I'm usually just a lurker. I guess I just want somebody to know. I feel like the whole world should know. My mother is the most amazing person, and she had always been my idol. I don't know how to feel. I'm in our apartment, and I feel like everything I see is her. My evening started so different. Everything started so different. I haven't slept yet. I don't know how I will, though sleeping is usually my talent. Mom wakes me up every afternoon if she feels like I'm sleeping too long, since I moved back in during the pandemic. Update. My stepfather killed my mother and then committed S-word. I don't know what to do. Posted Friday, July 24th, 2020. And this post was originally deleted by the OP, but recovered through the Wayback Machine. And the post read as follows. Hello. My last post got capped, so I made a throwaway account. It's been about 24 hours since the police stood in front of the door to my mom's in my apartment and told me that my mother is dead. I've cried so much today. I feel like it's been an ocean of tears. So much that I just feel empty now. I miss her. So fucking much. It still just feels like a bad dream. This can't really be real. Her death was on the news, and I saw a picture of a body in a blue body bag being rolled into the back of a wagon. That is my mother. In that bag. Oh my God. I'm going to run down what happened again. Maybe this will make it more real for myself? I don't know. My boyfriend and I were in the park playing speedmitten on Wednesday evening when my mom called me and told me she'd be coming home. I asked her if everything was okay, and she said yes, not to worry about it, and my boyfriend was still welcome to come over if he liked. I told her okay. I would see her in a moment. We both went home and she wasn't there. I wasn't worried. My stepfather and my mom have been together for a while and they're very much in love, but they can fight a lot sometimes. They always make up very quickly. I tried calling her several times to know if she wanted dinner and sent her text messages, and texted and called my stepfather as well. They didn't answer. This wasn't so unusual either. I thought they just made up. I'm guessing by this time, he had already stabbed her. I feel sick writing the sentence. The police showed up at 3 in the morning, informed me, stayed in the apartment while my boyfriend called my best friend, who rushed over with a taxi. Everything is kind of a blur from then on. I remember sitting down to write the Reddit post because I didn't know how to feel or what to do, and I guess I wanted to scream my pain into the internet void. At that point, my stepfather hadn't committed S-word yet. He had taken his car up into the countryside where my mother has a tiny little house at the lake, which is her pride and joy, with her garden. Both of them went up there every weekend together. He committed S-word there. The fucking bastard. I've never been so angry in my life. I loved him. He was a part of my family. We got along really well. Some part of me wishes I could strangle him or scratch his eyes out. I just want to scream in his face. How he could do this to me. To her. My lovely mother. Fuck, she is such a fucking light. She is such an incredible person, and we are so close. I told her everything. And not just because she's my mother. She is truly an absolutely amazing person. Everybody who met her loved her. I stayed awake until about 6 a.m. I smashed a few glasses. I cried a lot. We finished watching the movie. Today, I had to call all the people. My grandparents, her brother, her friends. I had to call my stepfather's children in the UK and tell them what happened. I can't imagine how hard it must be for them. My mother was the victim. Their father was the murderer. I feel so bad for them. I've gotten so many calls and messages from people who are offering to help me in any way I need, who cry on the phone and ask me if this is real. To have to tell people over and over again what happened really wrecked me. Especially my grandparents. My granddad. I don't know how he is going to get through this. He just kept screaming, "No, no, not my mom's name." I have to go to the police today to give a statement. Probably talk about their relationship. I have to be there in 4.5 hours, and I haven't really slept yet. I can't really eat either. I just feel like throwing up. Just thinking about food. I wanted to thank you all for the comments on my first post. I know we don't know each other, but I'm just some faraway voice on a screen with a terrible fate, but I did feel better reading your hugs and encouragements. I will have to think about getting a lawyer. My dad is sleeping in the other room. We're going to have to figure out how to go from here. Some part of me honestly doesn't see a point anymore. There's so much pain in my life. I've had so many bad experiences. I got through a R word and a drug problem, and everything was on its way up. And now this. But I love my mom more than anything, and I can't disappoint her. And I'm going to need to be here for my dad and me. I'm sorry for the long text. I just feel like I need to get something out. I feel so lost and empty. I miss my mom. Monday, August 17th, 2020. Hello, I guess in some way I wanted to give you people an update on what has been going on with me. When I posted my first post, I was slightly drunk. It was the night the police showed up at my house and rang the doorbell, and I was confused. All of your messages from random strangers, helped me in some way. I'd like to thank whoever sent me that poem by Mary Elizabeth Fry, "Do Not Stand at My Grave and Weep." We used that for the invitation to her party. And also, Bionica, who painted that beautiful painting of her, which she sent me by email. Thank you. And then the poem, I'm not going to read it here just because it is quite lengthy, but I'll have it on screen so you can read it. It's a beautiful poem. And then the post goes as follows. Also, fair warning, this might be quite a long post. This might trigger someone, and I've been writing this post over several days as more information keeps trickling in, and the picture of that night is becoming clearer and clearer. I think I'm also mainly writing this for myself. What happened that night, the 23rd of July, is just still so surreal. I'm sitting at my mother's desk right now, in her little office in our apartment that I grew up in Berlin. Her presence in some way is all around me. It has been 23 days since the police showed up in front of my door at 3 in the morning and asked if they could come in, since my stepfather committed S-word. Everything has been so confusing. It's all sort of a mixture between crying, screaming, yelling, throwing things, and just emptiness. I go through phases. Someone linked the famous post about grief and God. It's so accurate, and it's really hard to cope. Since that night, I haven't ever actually been alone. This is somewhat exhausting to me in some ways, but probably also very important. I'm going to go through these series of events and facts because I also want to set it right. Since the media, since some of you found the articles online and connected the dots, there is so much false information. It's hard to believe. My mother and my stepfather were together for 8 years, and he has only been living in Berlin since then. He has children from his previous marriage. That is all I will say. I am my mother's only daughter. He did not call me and confess to what he did, as many report. But he called some vaguely mutual friend who he walks his dog with sometimes. This was sometime after 11 p.m. At this point, he was already up at the summer house. It takes about 1 hour and 45 minutes to get up there. This means my mother had been dead for about 2 hours. It says so in the police report as well. The summer house did not belong to my stepdad, but to my mom. She poured all of the little money she had and renovated it by hand. It does not in any way belong to him. The police showed up at my mom's and my apartment late at night. They didn't know the address of where he might have gone, and were also worried he might come and harm me since he had the keys to our apartment as well. I was watching a movie with a friend of mine. I posted on Reddit a few hours later. The news articles started coming out the next day, connecting my stepfather to a celebrity. I posted because I needed help. This celebrity and my stepfather are by no means friends. They are acquaintances, and there is no reason for him to be brought into any of this. That was Wednesday night/Thursday morning. On Friday, I was at the LKA, criminal police, and gave a 3-hour statement about them and their relationship. This next part is about my feelings and mainly about my mom. Feel free to skip it. Since then, my whole world has been turned upside down. My mother, the person I honestly loved most in the world, was just torn from me. It feels like I have this big bleeding hole inside of me. I'm not crying all the time. Sometimes I feel okay, but more like empty. My mother has been with me my whole life. The whole 21 years, and I'm not just saying this because she is dead. She is honestly the best mother you could wish for. She is goofy and caring, her laugh is infectious, and she has such integrity. She's the most animated person. When she tells a story, she will get up from the table and gesture all around. Her eyes are so shining. I think I might show some pictures of her because I want people to recognize her beauty. I want the whole world to know she is gone. Because this is an honest and devastating loss to the world. Believe me. She is so talented. She got her bachelor in art of history in America. She has worked odd jobs all her life. She's always been a hippie. When I was little, she started working at this English language summer camp in Thüringen in Germany. And she used to take me there for many weeks with her. On a hill. On a farm. In the middle of a giant forest. She's a magician in the kitchen. She can open the fridge door and magically make something out of the leftover ingredients that nobody would ever think tastes good. Noodles and carrots, anyone? She likes to make everything herself. She would let milk go bad and make her own ricotta. I have 1,000 jars of her homemade chutneys and jams. She baked her own bread years before the pandemic. She made her own vinegar, her own syrups and alcohol, and her hot sauces are legendary. I used to come home and open the fridge door, and I'd ask her which of the many bowls she had covered with little plates were edible, and which weren't ready yet. Since she's dead, I have found so many started experiments of things I don't even know what they are. I wish I could ask her. There are so many things I wish I had the time to ask her. And then the emotional part continues for a few more paragraphs, and I just wanted to read a little bit of the emotional part because I think it's, important to understand what OP is going through. I think this post and thread in general truly is something obviously disturbing and horrible, but it's insightful to what it's like to go through something like this. And I think it's important to, understand who the victim was. And it's just horrible. But anyways, back to OP's thread. It's important to preface that I knew their relationship, or to be more exact, I was the closest to both of them together. And it's important to understand that he wasn't some creepy, abusive, scary bad guy. I loved him. He was like a best friend to me. When he came into my mother's and my life, I took him in with open arms. I've confided in him. I've told him secrets. We've had running jokes. We made bets with each other that I usually won, and he had to pay up. He was my family. This makes me feel just as conned. I feel cheated. I feel like I've been blind. I've had bad fights with them as well, and I knew about their fights, but I didn't see this coming. Not even a little bit. I would never put my mother in harm's way. I guess this is why she must have kept things hidden from me. The murder happened in his apartment. They had separate apartments. And afterwards, he drove his car up to my mother's country house that they both spent every weekend at, hunting mushrooms, planting and building things, going swimming in the lake that's right in front of the door. This was their refuge, and I'm assuming this is the reason he went there. Since the day this has happened, I've always assumed he blew up about something, lost control, and he killed my mother while he wasn't clear-headed. This is what made sense to me. Then he committed S-word because he killed my mother, because he didn't know how to continue. But the more time goes by and the more facts we uncover, we being my mother's friends and I, not the police, the more it seems it was the opposite. That he killed my mother because he wanted to commit S-word, and that he was covering something up. Since the night the police showed up, they've been asking me if I could know where their laptops are. They both had a laptop, and both are missing. They found the empty cases, but they're gone. This sparked suspicion in us. His phone is gone as well. My mother's is not. The police gave it to me. Then there are the other facts. Despite what is said in the media, she didn't have multiple stab wounds in her chest. There was only one very precise and very small wound that caused her death. He only let someone know what he did after he was up at the house. When he arrived at the cabin, he apparently parked normally, even greeted one of the neighbors. The pieces are falling into place. That this was cold-blooded. I don't really know why I'm writing all this down in a Word document and why I'm going to post it on Reddit, but I need to share. I feel so much hatred and so much anger. I feel it boiling underneath my skin and it keeps threatening to come out. I've smashed so much stuff. I've gotten so angry. Sometimes I snap and I scream at people, and other times I just cry and beat my pillows. And sometimes I'm very calm. I can still feel joy. And my mother had this amazing circle of friends that I've known my whole life and who are supporting me. I saw her body in the coffin, and I will never be able to get that image out of my head. She was so tiny. It breaks my heart. I've also slept 2 nights at the cabin, and in the dark, every shadow looks like my stepfather. I've become scared and started locking my doors at night. Murder used to seem something so far off. Something that happened to other people, in a different world, separate from mine. But now it's not. And I won't let him spoil her place, her house. I won't let him take that away from her and from me. I refuse. I just miss her. I miss everything about her. It hasn't been that long yet, and all I want is for her to hug me and say my name and say she loves me and that she thinks I'm an amazing young woman. I want her to cuddle with me in bed, which she did for so many years until I felt myself too old. I want to sit at the kitchen table in the morning with her and have her ask me what I dreamt about last night and have both of us talk about our dreams. For her to talk with me about my story ideas and my poetry, and to talk with her about the book that she was writing and will never finish. It just hurts so much. I don't know how to ever get past this. She has always been the most amazing person I know, and I can't get over this. I don't know how to get over this. I feel lost.
I feel like I have to grow up very fast now and carry her with me. There's so much more to tell. So much. But I should probably stop somewhere. I would appreciate all advice. Thank you for reading. And then OP shares some photos of her and her mother. Very, very sad. And just kind of makes it more real. I don't know. But yeah, very sad story. And I feel so sorry for OP and what she's had to go through. And then she makes another post. 3 years later. She said, "Hey everyone. Imagine my surprise scrolling through Reddit on my living room couch this fine afternoon when I see a little picture of my mom and me in my feed. Was not expecting that at all. And then to look further down and see all of these wonderful and heartfelt comments underneath. I could not believe it. And I actually started crying again. This is the reason I reached back out into the void, as I called it, at my darkest time, and Reddit reached back and gave me something to hold on to. When you lose your faith in humanity in that way, I needed the love that came from so many strangers all over and the support. Yesterday was actually my birthday. I just turned 25, so it has been a bit over 3 years, and I can't believe that 3 years have passed. I can't stand to believe that much time has passed without her. Thinking about it makes it hurt more. I miss her so much. Thank you to everyone for worrying about me and wishing me well. I'll give a quick update, and one of these days maybe sit down and write something more out. I've been in therapy for almost 2 years now, and I have a wonderful therapist that helps me greatly. It took me a while to find her, and there was a lot of trial and error with former therapists, but she's amazing, and I'm so happy I have her. She actually says that I have improved greatly in a number of things. I'm a mess. Though my mother's murder is something that I've buried very deep down below in the darkness of my psyche, and we haven't quite reached it yet. My therapist says it's more important not to force everything out at once, but to go step by step. She says that I'm protecting myself by keeping it numb. I think I agree. I do feel a particular kind of numbness ever since that happened. A few times during a session, we cracked through that wall, and what spilled out was, well, horrifying pain. So I'm fixing everything else that needs fixing, slowly and steadily, and it's going very well. I feel like I owe this to my mother, since I seem to have a tendency to get myself into toxic relationships as well, and I'm not ready to go down that path any longer. Hence myself taking a break from relationships. I think a comment mentioned that I said that in my podcast. Shortly after my mother's murder, I got 2 cats, since my mom and I had cats growing up and she loved them so. One of them looks exactly like the reincarnation of our cat Nos, which I know she'd love. I still live at home and I live in her room now, with all of the hundreds of books she collected and my own collection of novels I've added. My father and I held on to each other tightly throughout these last few years. I honestly don't know what I'd do without him. He's my rock. My father threw himself into working on the cabin. I think he loves being out in nature, but I think he also loves feeling like he can do something for my mom. Every time he drives up, he brings flowers, and we have a little picture of her leaning against a tree with a candle in front of it, and he puts them there. I also know my mom would be positively thrilled with seeing everything we've done. I really feel her up there, and have completely eradicated my stepfather from that place. It started out with stubbornness, but by now I just really believe there's nothing at that house of him, and if there was, it can go and fuck right off. I'll post some pictures with a link later. I'm very lucky because I have some absolutely lovely friends. Especially in the past few months, I've recognized just how amazing they are and how much support I have coming from there. Sunday evening, I planned to celebrate my birthday in a park in Berlin, and I was so touched by how many people showed up. I teared up multiple times throughout the night. We spent a lovely night drinking and playing cards against humanity and werewolf. Germans will know what I'm talking about. My closest friends, J, E, and T, helped me so much with setting it up. T baked me a cake exactly like my mother used to make me, after very slyly getting me to talk about it a few weeks later. A lot of bad things have happened in the past few years, I can't lie, but also many good things, and I continue to fight on. If you guys are interested, I can give an in-depth report also on what else we found out back then, but
I should probably get up off this couch and go enjoy the last Berlin sun rays. This also got way longer than I expected. Thank you all for your lovely comments and well wishes. And I'm glad that disturbing post ended up on a positive note, as positive as it could be. I mean, I can't imagine what OP went through. Having her mom get murdered and her stepdad commit S-word after killing her mom. I mean, horrific, but I'm glad it did end on a semi-positive note. And yeah, I just hope OP's doing well nowadays. On to the next one. I shot my stalker tonight. Posted on September 24th, 2014. And this was all recovered with the Wayback Machine. And the original title was, Anyone Had Success with Private Investigators? For the past 6 months, I have been relentlessly stalked and had threats against my life made from someone I dated for a month. It started with phone calls, upwards of 45 to 50 a day, 50-page text messages, and him showing up outside my house at 5 a.m. When I would not comply or feed the negative attention, I began to receive threats, claims that he would murder me and get away with it. All he would do is have to flee the country, telling me he shouldn't have to force me to be his friend or give him another chance or else. Every time I blocked his number from contacting me, he would then call me from different ones, try and pretend to be other people, or have his friends or sometimes even random strangers he'd ask on the street. I once scared an unsuspecting guy half to death after informing him that the person who had just told him to call me was actually stalking me, and I sent him proof. He ended up calling the police on him. He fled, of course. After about 2 months of that, I was evicted from my apartment building due to my neighbors no longer feeling safe because of his looming presence. I then applied for and was granted a TPO. A few days afterwards, I received a picture message of the note that the sheriff's civil had left on the door of my stalker's then residence, with a message taunting me that what you are trying to do is stupid, and a restraining order is just a piece of paper. So ultimately, he just ended up avoiding the process server, and simple as that. I was not being protected at all. May 31st of this year, I relocated. This did not deter my stalker. He vowed to find wherever I moved to and threatened that if he couldn't find me, he'd be able to find my family and then proceed to send me a map of my mother's home, whom he had never met. I received a message from a woman claiming to be a former landlord, letting me know that I owned a balance on my account, and to avoid late fees, I needed to pay the amount, which I would do with the link provided in the message. Turns out, it was my stalker pretending to be a woman, and the link turned out to be a tool used to grab the user's IP address when the link was clicked. Upon this discovery, I changed my phone number and began to systematically dismantle any trace of my online presence I once had. This action only seemed to anger him, and before deleting the profiles outright, I would attempt to block him from contacting me. Each and every time I blocked one, he simply created a new one and proceeded to contact me as if nothing had happened. 12 different Reddit accounts, 9 different Tumblrs, 10 different Instagrams, 3 Meetup accounts, 4 Facebooks, with which he changed his location to that of my hometown and proceeded to add nearly everyone from my graduating class in high school, and even 3 Duolingo accounts and MySpace. Yes, MySpace. I then received an empty package from him addressed to my former residence with the declaration, "Address correction requested. Do not forward." I'm assuming he thought that the post office would adhere to his requests and return the package to him with my new corrected address on it. Mid-July, he created a profile using my photos and likeness to threaten my family. When I didn't respond, he proceeded to post semi-nude pictures of me on the profile in an attempt to blackmail me into speaking with him. I did not and contacted Twitter to report the accounts and have it removed, which they eventually did. On August 21st, 2014, I awoke around 8 p.m. to vigorous knocking and ringing of my doorbell. I look out my window and to see who it is, and I was horrified to see my stalker there. I called the police, and of course he fled once again. Over 7 separate police reports filed. This incident was followed by threatening emails from my stalker, demanding that I meet him somewhere, or because he had found me that next time I would wake up to gunshots, and that if I didn't, he would first taser you and R-word you in the ass using your boyfriend's blood as lube. This past Sunday night, I woke up at 6:45 a.m. to the ringing and banging again. I proceeded to record him on video while I was on the phone with the police. He fled on foot once again, and I was hit with the same hoopla from law enforcement. Well, we can't really do much because technically at this point, he's not doing anything wrong. Then why does he flee, I wonder? I obtained a TPO again, but I have no solid address for this dangerous person, which is why I am in dire need of a private investigator to assist with finding said residence, so this person can be served. I hope you might be able to refer me to someone who might be able to assist me. I've developed insomnia, depression, anxiety, and paranoia. I am completely isolated. I am 22 years old and I have no social life anymore. I have 0 friends. I've become a shell of my former self. I faced eviction and lost a job because of this man's behavior, and I don't know how much longer I can survive. There's actually so much more filler shit that he has done to terrorize me, but for the sake of this already lengthy post, I tried to condense it. I have proof in the form of recordings, event diaries, and copies of all of his threats, interactions, and attempts to communicate, and would be more than willing to email them to show I'm not lying. I am in LV if that helps at all. And then she gives a too long to read, but crazy shit. And then there was some relevant comments. Someone commented, "Can you post the video?" And then OP said yes, but I'm on the phone with the police during the video. I'm not 100% sure how to blurt out certain information like my address and my phone number from the audio in the video. And then some more comments on the post 3 days later on September 27th. Someone says, "Damn, I remember talking to an old friend of mine from Vegas who was saying she'll get a CCW soon. I kind of think I should forward this to her. Soon just doesn't seem soon enough." And then OP says, "Do it. My gun saved my life." And then OP posts again on October 8th, 2014, 2 weeks after the original post. And then she attached an image, and the image is a photo of a slightly open door. The chair is in front, pushed to the side, and then black paint on the side is covering the side of the door that has been busted in. Arrows, most likely from crime scene units, are stuck to the door, pointing to individual spots. And then the OP writes this on the thread. And I had to get this from Imgur because she deleted the original thread. And the post read as follows. "I'm writing this staring at the mess the police left for me, in a bit of a fog. After 6 months of stalking and threats against my life, my stalker finally snapped and decided to kick my door in and make good on his promise. Out of fear, the past month I'd begun sleeping with a chair propped against my front door to give myself a few extra precious seconds in case of emergency. I shudder to think how differently things might have turned out if I had not barricaded the door. I awoke around 1:15 a.m. to the sound of the door giving way after one kick, followed by the sounds of my stalker struggling to dislodge the chair while forcing his way inside. I jumped up and grabbed the gun I've learned to do everything, even shower with. I stood at the top of my stairs and fired twice, hitting him in the chest. I hear his scream, his disbelief that I'd stood up for myself. 0 to 100 in milliseconds. I've never been so afraid in my life. I do not know if he is living, but I do know the police have him, and that's what helps the most. 4 months of him evading the police, I began to question whether he was unstoppable, untraceable, Houdini. He would murder me and get away with it. As of now, I'm in a haze of guilt, surprise, relief, and disbelief. I shook as the canines drag him out of his hiding place under a bush. I survived, where so many people do not. Holy shit, I survived. Edit. The outpouring of support is wild. I can't thank you guys enough. Everyone can be a critic, and the fact still remains. You don't know what you will do in a situation until it's presented in front of you. Those who believe there was other things to be done have never had someone tell you that you no longer deserve to draw breath and mean it. As for the should have fired a warning shot folks, there are no warning shots. A gun is a deadly force. You only pull that trigger if you are in fear for your life and all the other methods of deterring are gone. When he kicked my door in, there was no longer a deterrent preventing harm. Warning shots are dangerous and could hurt the unintended. This is not a Wild West movie. That's what responsible gun ownership is. I'll update once things have calmed down a bit, I promise. I'll write back to everyone and after being isolated for so long. Anyone who wants to be friends, I am always accepting those. And now we get to the news article. So, OP isn't lying. I mean, I don't think she would lie. I wasn't thinking that, but, all legit. And I'll read through the news article real quick, which was posted on October 2nd, 2014. Las Vegas, Nevada. A woman shot her stalker after he kicked in her back door. She had been living in fear, showering with a gun, and propping up a chair against her door for just this sort of situation. Her post to Reddit made the story go viral. She writes, "I'm writing this staring at the mess the police left for me, in a bit of a fog." And then it continues to what we read just earlier. Police say former boyfriend Douglas Eugene Jackson, who is 22, kicked in her door at around 1 a.m. last Friday. I awoke around 1:15 a.m. to the sound of the door giving way after one kick followed by the sounds of my stalker struggling, and you know the rest of the story. We just went over this. KVVU TV reports that Jackson left the scene and tried to hide in some bushes. Police dogs quickly found the stalker. He was treated for his injuries at University Medical Center of Southern Nevada. Jackson now faces charges of home invasion and aggravated stalking. For months of him evading the police, I began to question whether he was unstoppable, untraceable, and you know the rest. The victim does not wish to be identified, has saved many threatening texts and social media posts from her stalker. She says he forced her to move, obtain a restraining order, and acquire a license to carry a concealed weapon. The victim followed up with a note. "The outpouring of support is wild. I can't thank you guys enough. Everyone can be a critic, and the fact still remains. You don't know what you will do in a situation until it's presented in front of you. Those who believe there was other things to be done have never had someone tell you that you no longer deserve to draw breath and mean it." And then it continues to what we just read. And then the Daily Mail has an article on the case, along with the text evidence submitted by the OP. And I'm going to read through some of the texts real quick, which are just crazy. So the OP says, "Leave me alone. That's all." And then the stalker says, "I love you. I'm at my friend's apartments now. It's right down the street by yours. I'd like to see you. Why are you being so anti-Doug? Doug is good people. Doug says he's coming over there now." And then he says, "D, or then live your life, enjoy it. I may do what I feel I need to because obviously we can't be civil anymore. I'm about to ruin your life. Right about. Want to end this? Cops everywhere. Cops everywhere. Yo, not cool." And then a update on the case in 2020, which was 6 years later. Reno, Nevada. A Nevada man has been sentenced to 15 years in prison after pleading guilty to stalking a female acquaintance while on parole for a similar crime that happened in Las Vegas. The Washoe County District Attorney's Office in Reno announced the sentence for 28-year-old Douglas Eugene Jackson on Friday. Jackson was arrested in Florence, Arizona in January and pleaded guilty to the aggravated stalking charge in July. According to prosecutors, an investigation by the Sparks Police Department determined Jackson had sent numerous threatening text messages to a woman over several months in 2019. The texts included threats against the woman's dog and property. He also called the woman's family and friends in an effort to get information about her. At the time of the threats, Jackson was on parole for stalking a former girlfriend in Las Vegas. That woman ended up shooting him at her home. According to the district attorney's office, prosecutor Travis Lucia sought a maximum sentence because of the terrifying nature of Jackson's conduct.
which came only after 1 month on parole for the previous crime. Jackson was living in Washoe County at the time of the threats, but had no steady address. And I think it's just insane that he only got 15 years. Luckily, he got the maximum sentence, but I mean, what do you think he's going to be doing when he gets back out again? He got in trouble for it. He got shot for it and then arrested, and then he did it again. What a complete piece of trash. I mean, he's going to do the exact same thing in 15 years. What? I mean, it's already been 5 years since then, so he's only got 10 more years left. God, I hope, something happens and he stays longer in there because, yeah, I mean, he's going to go terrorize another poor woman, and people like that just need to be locked away forever. Went for a tire change. Found a tracker under my car. Placed by my roommate. How do I go about this? Posted on r/relationship advice. I'm a 25 female. My roommate is a 34 male. I moved to a new town last year. Only knew one person. Stayed with her for a bit until I found a house to rent, but I needed a roommate. She introduced me to a guy she worked with who also needed a roommate because he just got a divorce. I met him first. Didn't get weird vibes. Seemed nice enough. About 6 months ago, he made the suggestion to be friends with benefits, and I made the stupid mistake of agreeing. We both did not want a relationship. Everything was fine until he started getting weird and staying up until I got home, questioning me about where I had been and who I was around. I then ended the hooking up. Told him I didn't think it was like that. He got mad. Everything was fine for a bit. Until yesterday. I live in a pretty rural area where most businesses are small and family owned. Since not a lot of people are getting out, I decided to go ahead and get some new tires and support a mechanic shop I go to, since I doubt they're getting regular business at the moment. I'm there waiting when the guy comes over and tells me he wants to show me something. I'm like, okay. We go over to my car, and he bends down and points under at a black box. He asks me if I know what this is and tells me it's a GPS. It took me a second to understand the implications of a GPS being under my car. I was like, so someone put it there? It's clear I have no idea why it's there. And he actually got concerned and told me if I didn't know, I needed to find out. I feel so creeped out because I have no friends here. The friend I knew moved away. I only know some people at work, but we're not friends, and it's been hard to meet new people. There's no other way a GPS would be on my car unless my roommate put it there. Now I'm freaked out in a way I've never been before, and I can't move out. I'm scared to ask him about it. I have no one to stay with. No family here. What do I do? Do I just ask him about it outright? I left the GPS there because I don't want him to know I know at the moment. What do I do? And then some comments under this post read as follows. That is really creepy. Start planning your exit. Document everything. Someone else said, I would be concerned there are cameras in your bedroom and bathroom. Honestly, I would not feel safe to return home. I would immediately call the police and file a report. There are devices you get from a spy store that can scan for the frequency of hidden cameras, but I would not even waste my time with that. My peace of mind would be worth a terminated lease and a breach in contract, which a police report would help you in civil court should you have to go. Run. Do not walk to the nearest exit. And then some people say, be specific as to how you know, not what you think or believe. But what actual proof do you have that your roommate put the GPS on your car? What I read is that some guy found something on your car. And then the OP said, it's a small magnetic tracking device. Who else would it have been? I know no one. And this place is too rural for any kind of crime organization like stealing cars. No one would steal my 7-year-old car anyway. And then someone said, maybe the car dealership put it there? I own it. I've had it for about 7 years, since I started college. Paid for it in cash outright.
And then there was an update on the post on March 30th, 2020, the next day. Update, kind of. I'm going to put them here. I'm still reading through the comments. Thank you guys. There's really great advice I'm going to follow. PSA, I bought my car brand new 7 years ago and paid for it in cash. I've never owned anything on it. So last night I decided to subtly pack my things and plan on making the drive at some point today back to my hometown. He works during the day, but I work from home because my office is closed until at least this summer. I realized I could probably fit all of my stuff in my car, and since my lease ends in May anyway, so I'm just moving out. The only furniture that's mine, and not the landlord's or his, is my bed, and it's so old, so I think I'm just gonna leave it here. I went down to the police station earlier this morning and had them remove it. I don't think there's much they can do besides document it. They asked me some questions, and I said I didn't know, but I know no one here, and I think it might be my roommate. They said it looked like a cheap one from Amazon or eBay, and they'll check it out. Honestly, I may just end up staying home. I miss being in a familiar place where I know basically everyone in town, and I miss my friends. Working from home for a few months might give me enough time to switch jobs, so that's all I have for now. Thank you guys, I'll try to reply to people as well. And then some comments under the post. OP was replying to a comment and said, I've already gone to the police. Even if I told them, yep, totally my roommate did it, I know. I didn't, I simply strongly suggested it. That is not grounds for someone's life to be ruined. They wouldn't even take that as fact until it was proven. Even if they did definitive proof, I'd have to go through with pressing charges. If I did press charges, then it would be a simple misdemeanor. And at that point, if you got a misdemeanor, it would be rightly justified since it was all proven. And that's if I would even bother with charges in the first place. All of this minor things compared to if he was an insane loose cannon that could kill/hurt me if I just didn't mention his name. It's ignorant to not piece together the clues and be safe rather than sorry. Instead of just saying, nope, I have no clue, because I do have a clue. And I know it's him. I plan on asking him later today after my 8-hour drive home, so I'm interested in hearing what he has to say. And then OP added an edit/update to the original post on March 31st, 2020, one day after the previous update. Update. Since I think it'll be lost in the comments, if anyone is curious, already mentioned I went to the police/home. All settled in now. Ended up asking him about it via phone. He admitted to it. Got freaked out when I said I gave it to the police. Said he was concerned for my safety when I would go places by myself after work. Yeah, okay. We got into a scuffle about it. He finally snapped and said that he knew I was seeing someone when I was hooking up with him. I wasn't, so yeah. My first experience with crazy, and hopefully my last. Parasite Man from r/confession. And a quick warning, this one is actually disturbing, disgusting, and if you get grossed out by stuff like food-related stuff and people tampering with your food and drink, then yeah, just a quick warning and let's get into this. My obsession hurts others around me. It's also my preference, but it goes far deeper than that. I'll try to explain the obsession the best I can by explaining how it started. Basically, when I was young, I caught pinworms. It was a strange feeling, and the itch was painful. My parents took me to the doctor, and I got medication to cure it. This event is what sparked my obsession. The thought that my body could be their whole world, their lifeline, almost a planet of sorts. It was so interesting. After that, I began researching pinworms and other parasites, and I found out the human body already hosts parasites such as demodex on their eyelashes, and I wanted to know how many a human body could endure without a chance of serious health issues. This curiosity has plagued my mind for years. I'm now 25, but I am very well versed in parasites, as have been studying them for over 10 years. I also purposely infect myself with non-lethal parasites because it's part of a preference of mine. Some have worked better than others. Quite a few have given me serious diarrhea and fevers, while others have been much more bearable. I currently have pinworms and tapeworms, various non-pathogenic Pratzoa, and hair down there lice. I am incredibly masochistic, so although it's uncomfortable, I do feel pleasure from it. All these parasites mean I need to eat a lot more than the average person, and I still look thin. And to be quite honest, it means I can enjoy so much more food than most people. I also keep multiple cultures of bed bugs and leeches in containers and allow them to feed on my blood sometimes. Although those kinds are not really my passion as they do not live primarily on the human body, but I think they're interesting nonetheless, and I find them pretty cute. Now it's time for my confession. My obsession and fetish isn't just about infecting myself anymore. I also have the desire to infect others, and I have acted on those desires. Sometimes my parasites just pioneer to new lands on their own. My family have caught pinworms multiple times without my intention, and other times I purposely spread them. I have infected strangers, friends, and even my own family. I know it's bad, but I just can't stop. I think I have parasites in my brain that make me feel like I need to spread them. I know how crazy that sounds, but if you knew the feeling, you would understand. Maybe it's just a mental illness, or maybe its origin is parasitic in nature. I really don't know. All I know is it feels good when I do these things. I feel an intense need to spread my children, and when I do, I feel pleasure. I must have spent thousands on my children over the years. I sometimes sprinkle tapeworm eggs into people's drinks when I'm out at clubs. I also caught hair down their lice from relations with a random woman I met at the same club, and in return, I'm pretty sure I gave her pinworms, so it was a trade. The woman wasn't even attractive. I just wanted to gift her some pinworms, and instead I basically won the jackpot by sleeping with her. I then spread my hair down their lice to at least 4 other women. Sometimes I also sprinkle worm eggs onto food in buffets whenever I visit them. Holy shit. Like, hold up, before I finish this story, that's insane. That has made me never want to eat at a buffet ever again or go to a club ever again. That is horrific. This psychopath legitimately is spreading worm eggs onto food in buffets. That is the most disturbing thing I have ever read. Oh my God. And I guess we will finish what we have started reading. And the post finishes up by saying, "Yes, I understand you would think it's gross and messed up. I am basically betraying my species for my children. It's hard. I do enjoy people and I have wonderful friends and family, but I also love my parasites and my preference is just too hard to control. I don't want to hurt anyone when I do these things, but a force beyond my understanding is driving me to do it. I think I could possibly have a parasite in my brain that has not yet been discovered. I'm sorry to all the people I've caused discomfort to, but it's for a cause beyond human understanding. Although this can all be justified, I still feel guilt. I don't want to hurt anyone. I hope the people I spread my gifts to can find it in their hearts to be a little more open-minded and not kill my children, but learn to live with them like I have instead. I'm aware how strange and disgusting others will find me if they knew. I'm aware of how immoral this seems to most people. I'm assuming you may see me in a negative light after reading this, but remember, I only want what's best for my children. And if you were truly in my shoes, I'm sure you would do the same." And oh my God, there is a lot to unpack there. Him wanting to spread his children, him calling them children is just insane. That is so creepy. And him just wanting to spread it. He also said he believes this is all justified, but he still feels guilt. Oh my gosh. That's just one of the craziest and most disgusting stories I've ever read. And I never, ever want to go to a buffet again. Or ever go to a club or, I don't know, hang out with randos. But hopefully you watching, everyone watching, never runs into someone like that and you catch one of his children, as he calls it. On to the next one. Creepy pizza delivery guy. Originally posted to creepyencounters. So, me and my boyfriend like going out dancing on the weekend, which always ends up with us stumbling into our favorite pizza place before joining the taxi queue. We've done this most weekends for over a year now, so have become somewhat friendly with the guys who owns the pizzeria. They know us by name and always make a big fuss over us and offer us discount every time. Now here's where it gets freaky. Last night, a Sunday night, at 11 p.m., my boyfriend and I were in bed because we both had work this morning. My phone started ringing, which was weird for that time of night, and I saw it was an unknown number, so I ignored it. Next thing we know, there's someone knocking on the front door. All the lights in the house were off, so we were clearly in bed or not in. I had another call from the same number, and then the person knocking started hammering on the door and flickering the letterbox. My boyfriend got up to answer it, even though I was a bit shaken up and warned him not to. If I had been alone in the house, I never would have answered. So he goes downstairs to answer the door, and lo and behold, it's one of the guys from the pizzeria holding 2 freshly cooked pizzas that we didn't order. He said not to tell the other guys at the shop, but they were a gift from him to us, his favorite customers. My boyfriend took them from him and thanked him, but we couldn't get back to sleep for hours. We just felt so odd about it. We have ordered from there once for a takeaway, so that's clearly how he got our address and my phone number, but it's still weird, right? And then some of the comments under the post read as follows. Weird. I wonder if he thought you'd be home alone, which is a scary thought. I had a weird pizza delivery encounter a couple years ago. I answered the door and he fidgeted longer than needed to hand me the pizza. He didn't say anything, but I don't know. He gave me a weird feeling. And I even said it to my roommates when I came back in. Minutes later, he requests me on Facebook, which creeped me the fuck out. I decided to Google his name and look at his dockets. I'm a nosy bitch anyway, but had to find out his deal. And the first search result is a news article about him impersonating a police officer and kidnapping someone. He had charges before that for harassment too, so now I'm a little paranoid. I think like a week later, I'm pumping gas and I look over and he's at the red light, just staring me down. Nothing further happened. I don't think he worked there that long, but I definitely should have said something to the pizza place because someone with that record should not be a delivery driver. I'm not saying he shouldn't work. He can cook the pizza, but like he shouldn't have access to people's info and going to their homes. I would maybe let the manager know, or maybe your boyfriend could talk to them. Either way, I'd keep alert because he came after hours. Who knows if he'll do it again. And then the OP replied to that comment by saying, wow, that's so creepy. I know what you mean about the weird feeling. You should always trust your gut. I'm glad nothing else untoward happened to you. They definitely shouldn't have someone like that be able to access customer information. I wonder how often these things get overlooked. It's a scary thought. My boyfriend is going to have a word with the manager next time we're in town. If it had been earlier in the day, and he said it was a canceled order or something, it probably wouldn't have been so weird. But to be out so late and literally knock us awake just to give us 2 pizzas that we didn't order is so freaky. Another comment read, that's very strange. It seems to be a very odd time to be delivering pizzas to your house. Maybe he thought you didn't live with your boyfriend. My guess is that he got off work and wanted to bring you the pizzas and was hoping that you would invite him in. He said not to tell the other guys at the shop. Seems suspicious as well. He knows that what he's doing isn't professional so he's keeping his coworkers from finding out. I think you should call the manager and tell him what happened. That delivery guy shouldn't have access to your personal contact information and come into your house late at night. I'm glad your boyfriend answered the door and you were safe upstairs." The OP then replies to that comment by saying, "That's such a scary thought. He has delivered to our house before when I was alone, so it makes sense he was checking to see if I lived alone. That's pretty freaky." And then another comment read, "Hopefully you didn't eat those pizzas either. You never know what he may have put on them." There was a news story in 2015 about a man who was repeatedly busting into females' coworkers' coffee because he was attracted to her. Beating on your door in the middle of the night and calling persistently shows the pizza guy is a wacko. I hope you toss those pizzas in the trash bin. The OP then replied saying, "And yep, the pizzas went in the bin the next morning." And then an update post, posted 2 years later. The OP said, "I wrote a post a while back about a creepy delivery guy who turned up at my house late at night with pizzas for me that I didn't order. You can read it here. So I thought I'd provide an update for everyone who wanted one. After the night, the guy, I'll call him Bill for now, turned up at our house. Me and my partner went out for drinks a couple weeks later and ended up in the pizza shop. We noticed immediately that Bill was not there, and I assumed that he was out on a delivery instead. Before we left though, the manager came out of the back and said hello, and then apologized profusely about Bill's behavior, and told us that he was fired. He was very thankful that we weren't boycotting the place, and I assured him that we wouldn't because it really was the best pizza around. I'm not sure how the manager found out about Bill bringing the pizzas to our house, but I informed the manager about everything else that happened that night, how late it was, Bill calling my phone, etc. And manager was furious, to say the least. He assured us that he wouldn't be letting him work there again, and my partner and I went on our way and went home. A few months later, we moved houses, unrelated to Bill, and never heard from him again. Until he showed up one night at our new house. He was delivering food for Uber Eats. I didn't want to take it further because we hadn't heard or seen him in months, so we just left it alone and went about our life. But then, about a month ago, I was going through my message requests on Facebook and I saw that someone called Bill had been messaging me, or trying to, for months. I went into the messages and clicked his profile, and lo and behold, it was Creepy Bill. I blocked him immediately, and that was when I decided I'd report him on Uber Eats. So I filed a complaint about him, and I haven't heard anything since, but yeah. I've got no idea how he found me on Facebook or how he knew my surname, but he did, and tried to message me for months. So there's the update. Creepy stuff.